said she was undecided and she was still listening, really questioned whether or not she had the trust of the community. And so, there could be an early, turn face off tomorrow between Paul Young and the Memphis City Council for sure.
Interesting. Yes, no question about it. And I think it was a lot of people, because I'm sure that the Daily Memphian gets a lot of emails that we get here at Action News 5. And there was a lot of, I guess you could call it controversy, Sam, when it came to Mayor Young initially coming out and saying, hey, look, I support C.J. Davis. I'm going to keep her on. A lot of people, there were some eyebrows raised, I guess you could say. Can you talk a little bit about the council's relationship with Strickland? And is there a need from perhaps the council to want to get along with new Mayor Paul Young?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there 8 members of the Memphis City Council are returning. Okay, and that means they served in the prior administration, not served, but served alongside the prior Memphis mayoral administration under Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland. And as many viewers likely know, Jim Strickland was a very powerful mayor. Memphis has a powerful mayor form of government. It has naturally more power than the city council, but Jim Strickland wielded that power in quite effective manner, and very rarely did he lose votes at the Memphis City Council. There were times where members of the current Memphis City Council, Councilman Chase Carlisle comes to mind, Chairman J.B. Smiley comes to mind, have voiced frustration publicly about how they were treated by the previous administration. Mayor Paul Young is coming in with sort of a blank slate. However, the city council, which has now a decent amount of experience on it, is looking at a new mayor and is sort of trying to measure, in some ways, how much power they're going to have versus the mayor is going to have. And so it's going to be very interesting that maybe some of the frustration they have for Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland, who originally appointed CJ Davis, may be taken out on CJ Davis and Strickland's successor, Mayor Paul Young. And that could be a very interesting dynamic here of the city council has said for months they view themselves as a co-equal branch of government. City charter kind of says otherwise, but they see it that way. And so it's going to be very interesting for sure.
What about the other appointments, Sam? Are they going to go over each one? And are these directors of the city of Memphis, various sectors, of just directors?
Yeah, they're directors. The deputy directors are not subject to council approval. Okay, so someone can be a deputy director of an department and just be serving, and they can serve at the mayor's pleasure in that regard. And so, yeah, tomorrow during its committee meetings, and all this can be seen on YouTube, or this council has its own streaming service, but they also do it through YouTube all day, starting at 8:30 through I think 2, 3:30 in the afternoon, about 3 in the afternoon. There are going to be hearings on each one of these directors, including CJ Davis, but not the county, the city attorney. I'm sorry, the Office of Planning and Development, which is a joint county office. That's where I was going. John Zena is up for reappointment. Nick Walker, who is up for reappointment as head of Memphis Parks. There'll be a new appointment at Memphis Animal Services. And so all of these nominees are going to get sort of their own, baby version of a congressional hearing here. And it should be very interesting tomorrow.
Is there anyone, I don't know if there's anyone that's more high profile than CJ Davis as police director. Is there anyone that maybe comes close?
I mean, obviously, the reappointment of not police chief, fire chief Gina Sweat is notable. I don't hear any, sort of noise in the background that Chief Sweat is in any sort of danger of not being reappointed. I think it will be interesting. Right now, the mayor-elect is proposing to have 3 interims. A head of interim head of general services, which is city real estate, Melvin Jamerson, Walter Person, interim chief financial officer, and then Antonio Adams is interim chief operating officer. And what I think will be interesting is what the council asked him about when these will become non-interim positions. I think I really think, and from what I hear, and again, I could be wrong and things change, but from what I hear, people are really focused on CJ Davis as the one that the big ticket item here, and everyone else I think will face some skepticism and some hard questions, but may not really encounter as much turbulence as CJ did.
Gotcha. Okay, Sam, I appreciate it. Anything else you want to mention on this issue before we let you go? Because I think that a lot of people are going to be anticipating exactly what happens here. And then there's even, and I'm sure that you guys have seen it down at the Daily Memphian, there's also this idea, this thought process that Paul Young is just kind of waiting to see what happens over the next few months, and then he might pull the trigger and bring in somebody else. I mean, that is all, what we're hearing, conspiracy rumor, whatever you want to call it. But anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
I don't have anything else. On that front, I think it is an interesting thought, and I think, once I don't have any reporting to say this, but I think the not mayor elect, I'm sorry, the new mayor, is very analytical, and is probably has thought a couple of chess moves ahead here, and we'll see, when we see those chess moves, and I encourage everyone to watch the hearings tomorrow and read the Daily Memphian and check out our coverage there.
Happy New Year to Sam Hardiman, back in the fold on the Action News 5 digital desk. Got the new new year, new you, your city beat reporter and investigative journalist for the Daily Memphian. Sam, always appreciate the talks that we have online. Appreciate it very much. Thanks so much. Okay, creating healthy boundaries. Boy, that is a goal for so many people. It doesn't really matter what age is either. I mean, when you're younger, when you're in your teens, your 20s, or even as older adults, we want to create healthy boundaries. Let's bring in right now Alice White. She's a counselor at Methodist Le Bonheur. Good morning, Alice. Let's talk about what healthy boundaries actually means. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Thanks so much for having me. So, first of all, I'd like to kind of define even what is a boundary. And the APA defines a boundary as a psychological separation that protects the integrity of an individual or a group, or that it helps an individual or group set realistic expectations or limits on participation in a relationship or an activity.
So, how do you know if you are one of those who really needs to, identify a healthy boundary and work towards that? I mean, how do you know if you don't have healthy boundaries, I guess?
So I want you to ask yourself a few questions. Maybe ask yourself, like, what is causing you stress right now? Maybe who or what drains your energy, but also who or what makes you feel supported. Those might be some questions that can help you figure out where you need to set boundaries. So.
Okay. All right. I'm following you so far. So, we have the healthy boundaries. We want to set them. And sometimes we need others to kind of know that we're trying to set these healthy boundaries. What's the best way to tell them without, upsetting them?
So we like to use, in the counseling realm, we like to use I statements. And so I would start out by coming from yourself. So I need X, Y, or Z. Try to be clear, straightforward. Show them exactly what your boundary may look like. Being assertive and direct will help with clear communication, and also being firm in your communication to reiterate what your boundary is and what that expectation looks like.
My understanding is sometimes people feel guilty about telling folks, okay, hey, I need to set these healthy boundaries. How can we not feel guilty about doing this? I mean, it's about self-improvement and being self-aware and trying to make ourselves better for not just ourselves, but for everyone else, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest thing I think when we maybe break our own boundaries is that feeling of guilt. And that's a really heavy emotion to feel. Maybe it's we feel we're making ourselves feel guilty or the other person that we're setting a boundary, it makes us feel guilty. So kind of how to deal with that. Remember kind of the reason why you're setting the boundary. The big reason for me is to protect myself, right? So remembering that you're doing this for you and that it protects you. You're not trying to hurt another person. You're trying to protect yourself.
How often do we need to reevaluate our boundaries? I mean, we could set it great in, 2 years ago, but then now some other issues have come up. Maybe we've changed jobs or what have you. How often should we reevaluate?
I would say in the beginning, when you set a new boundary, kind of checking in after you've implemented that boundary a few times. Check in and make sure, is this boundary working? Is it are people respecting my boundary? Am I holding up my own boundary? So I think early on, you want to check in with yourself. And then if you feel like it's not working or other people aren't respecting your boundary, then that's when you need to reevaluate your boundaries.
Gotcha. This is interesting stuff here, Alice. Where can we go to get some of the information you mentioned here? It'd be nice to maybe find a website to do that.
Yeah, so Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare has an online blog that you can go to, and I believe it's yourhealth.methodisthealth.org, and it has a lot of different articles on there, whether it's medical or mental health.
Okay, Alice White with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, counselor, talking about healthy boundaries. We appreciate your time, Alice. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Tuesday, January 9th, and we are seeing a lot of clouds out there. You can see from this live look from our High 5 camera, 47 degrees out, and it was a rainy commute certainly earlier this morning when I was coming in. All the rain, all the wind, it was something that meteorologist Patrick Ellis gave us a first alert 2 days ago. He's joining us now to talk about what to expect in the next 24, 72 hours and beyond. And Patrick, just a whole bunch of different things, a mixed bag, if you will, right?
Yes, over the next couple of days, we've got a lot to get through, and we're not even really done with this system. Even though that the rain overall has come to an end, we still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with here this morning, and the wind is not going anywhere anytime soon. Right now, that storm system still winding up. You still see the area of low pressure kind of winding up over here across north central Arkansas. That's going to pivot in our direction as well. We actually have another front that's moving through right now. That's going to help to tumble the temperatures farther as we head through the coming hour. So again, it's not done just yet. We still have some spritz and sprinkles that are flaring up across portions of Mississippi, even here across eastern Arkansas as that upper low starts to pivot in a direction. But again, the bulk of the rain, for the most part, with the exception of Tishomingo County as well as Hardin County, we're pretty much done with the rain showers at this point as far as a widespread situation. Falling temperatures from here on out, of course, not only will we have to deal with the falling temperatures, you also have to deal with the winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. So it's going to make this feel even colder later on today, and not to mention still a spritz or sprinkle opportunity that could bring us not just a few spritz and sprinkles of rain, but maybe a spritz or sprinkle of a snowflake or two. That will come at no consequence, though. Blustery, lingering shower chances, a low impact. I still want to make the mention that we could still have some sporadic power outages as we head through the day. But this active pattern is not going to let up. This thing is relentless, honestly. We've got another system that will come down the pipeline as we head towards late Thursday into Friday. To be seen of how that plays out for us, because the track of that low is going to have ultimately some implications of what ends up transpiring during that time frame late Thursday night heading into Friday. But behind that, there is no doubt that we'll have frigid cold to contend with through the weekend and into next week. And there may be another system that comes down the pipeline that could have at least minor impacts of wintry weather as we get into MLK Day next Monday. So there's a lot going on here in short order that you'll have to kind of get through, and we'll try to time it out for you and base it all up for you. But let's go hour by hour, short-term forecast. Let's think about the here and now. All right, so First Alert Futurecast showing that upper low pivoting eastward. That's going to bring us again maybe a couple of isolated showers later this morning into the early afternoon. And with the westerly breezes, we're still going to have enough moisture underneath these clouds that a spritz or sprinkle of rain, maybe even a snowflake, could mix in. Keep in mind those winds are going to be pretty aggressive with some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. So 39 is going to feel probably closer to the mid-20s. So you definitely want to be bundled up here as we go through the remainder of the day. Clouds and rain start to exit slowly but surely, but we eventually see clearing skies heading into the beginning hours of your Wednesday. I wouldn't be surprised if we have areas of fog tomorrow morning to start off, at least some patchy areas of fog early Wednesday morning, but giving way to sunshine and temperatures topping out close to 50 degrees. Then we drop down to the 30s to start off early Thursday morning. A rebound towards the upper 50s, could approach 60. Most of the day is going to be quiet. A warm breeze coming in. That will help to, again, nudge the numbers up a couple of extra notches, approaching that 60-degree mark. Clouds start to increase, and here come the rain opportunities. This is the leading edge of the next system coming down the pipeline. That will bring us our Thursday into Friday system. That could bring us some rumbles of thunder, maybe even a strong storm or two farther to the south as we get towards the latter half of Thursday night into early Friday. This system, again, the track of it is going to be critical for the ultimate impacts of that system, because if it tracks right over Memphis, I think we're good. I think it's going to be pretty similar to what you're seeing with this system, more so rain and wind, a few rumbles of thunder, and then on the backside you might have a brief switch over to a wintry mix, okay, with no major issues. Farther to the south, again, severe weather potential across northern Louisiana, western Mississippi, and southern Arkansas. If this tracks a little farther south of us, the area of low pressure tracks a little farther south, I think it's rain and wind and maybe a little better chances we could see some wintry weather on the backside. I think that's not necessarily improbable, but the least likely scenario. If this tracks a little farther north, we may have to implicate the potential for a few stronger storms as far north as the I-40 corridor. So, again, it's track of the low to ultimately determine how things play out heading into this time frame. All the while, it will be ushering in colder weather. That is going to be the big story for us, and I will push you all the way to Sunday night. And one thing that you note, and I will tell you that most of the weather guidance here today, this is the GFS model, the American model, the European model, the Canadian model, and all of their ensembles, a lot of their ensembles suggest that there's a winter weather scenario that may play out for the Mid-South. How it plays out is going to be also critical. I think that the setup is ripe for winter weather here in the Mid-South. One thing that you got to have a more significant winter weather scenario to play out in the Mid-South and really across the entire South is you've got to have the cold air already locked in. It can't be fleeting. It can't be heading out. It can't be, you get wintry brushes that way. This is going to be locked in. So we've got the cold air. That's going to be in place here. And I'm conservatively forecasting a high near 30. I think it's going to be colder than that. And I think the wind chills are going to be even colder than that as well as we head towards Monday and Tuesday of next week. This is some bitter cold air that's coming down. Even if we don't get winter weather from the standpoint of what's coming out of the sky, this is going to be brutal enough. It will be shades of 2022's Christmas. That's what we're looking at as far as temperatures are concerned early next week. So I'm giving you a first alert to the potential for 2022 Christmas-like temperatures, adding in the fact that there could be a system that skirts along that and could bring us a wintry mix. And again, the key track here will be the thing. If it tracks farther south, it'll be more so a winter wonderland across the Mid-South. If it tracks in the middle, I think that at least in the general term, this is a safe track to think of a wintry mix. That would probably be maybe a wintry mix of rain, snow, sleet, freezing rain on the onset, and then we switch over to snow, if this is the case. Farther north, it's all rain, but I think this is the least likely track at this point because of the temperatures that are in play. So I think we're kind of locked in at this point, even 7 days out, that there's going to be some type of wintry weather somewhere in the Mid-South at some point in time, likely Sunday into Monday. The question mark, again, is track, intensity, and timing. Same thing with the midweek system. So again, you've got really, you're bookending the 7-day forecast with systems, and in between you've got a system. And the one that's in the middle is the one that sets the catalyst off for what happens here on the back end. So again, it depends on how cold we ultimately get going into the weekend, which right now we're forecasting highs in the 30s, lows in the 20s, with a reinforcing shot of cold air. And then not only that, you've got a system that's going to help to drag that along. So there's a lot happening in short order here in the next couple of days. Again, I wanted to be conservative here, but I'm giving you a first alert to the potential for a minor to moderate impact of some type of wintry weather, whether it be coming out of the sky or just the cold weather. In between that, you've got a storm system that will bring in rain and wind yet again, maybe a strong storm in a couple spots, mainly in North Mississippi. And then this system is on the exit, but we're still having to contend with it here with some spritz and sprinkles and, of course, the wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles per hour. A lot going on, Andrew, over the next couple of days, and, of course, we'll be the first to alert you. But I will tell you, again, I'm looking at this, and I'm having a hard time getting past the fact that it's going to be just downright bitterly cold. And two, the potential is there for maybe our first decent opportunity for a winter weather situation to unfold heading into early next week.
I really liked how you spelled it out, Patrick, especially those three different, I guess you would call it jet streams, where it was like rain, mix, and snow. I mean, that's something that's going to be easier to tell once we get closer. Is that right?
Yeah, most definitely. The biggest issue, I think, is going to be for that system is more so the track of the low. And if it ends up being farther south, it's an all-snow event and would be a lot easier to contend with than a wintry mix switching over to snow, because then you have a layer of ice and then you have snow on top of it. So, there's a lot going on there to think about over the next couple of days. Right now, again, conservatively, I want to highlight more so the cold than the winter weather potential. But again, the cold is going to be there big time. Enjoy the lull that we get tomorrow and most of Thursday before we get into a very messy pattern into the week and into early next week.
All right, Patrick Ellis following it for us all. Patrick, thanks.
Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, aging during these turbulent times, we're dealing with inflation, so many things happening in the world. It can be very stressful and cause a lot of anxiety, specifically for older adults. And in light of Healthy Aging Month that's set to happen in September, we have a special guest joining us today, TV personality, author, influencer, Kim Douglas, joining us here at the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about some ways to help with your physical, mental, and emotional well-being.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. We're excited to be able to talk to you a little bit more about some ways to really help the mind, help emotionally and physically as you age. And so I was mentioning, you know, September is Healthy Aging Month. Can you just talk a little bit more about that and why it's so important?
It really is. And I want to tell you, that's why I'm here today, really being a pro-aging advocate. It is really essential that we get our minds right, that being over 50 or aging is not our grandparents aging. There was a mindset from my grandparents and many of my friends' grandparents that, you know, at a certain age, you kind of know that you're going on that downward slope. You retire, you stop with a lot of your interests, you wear certain clothes in a certain way, you cut your hair, and you just kind of stop with a lot of what you're doing. That is not our way of aging anymore. And I'll throw out a couple of examples for you. Jennifer Lopez, Jane Fonda, George Clooney, Michelle Yeoh, Halle Berry. There are so many men and women now that are in their 50s and beyond, well beyond, and they're just pivoting. They're flipping the script on what we can do, how we can change and grow, stay very active in life with our mind, our body, and our soul. And I have a couple of tips for you on how I'm doing that and how I'm sharing that with my friends and family.
So what are some things to keep in mind to be able to make sure that you are prioritizing your health? Because that's a big part of it, right?
It really is. Absolutely. So the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you are up to date and that your body is in the best shape it is. So that means setting up your doctor's appointments. Have you gone to your checkup for this? Have you gone to your annual checkup for that? Many times we put that off, especially with the pandemic. Get that on your list and your priorities. Also, check your prescriptions. Make sure that none of them have expired and you're up to date on that. Once you've got that, you know you're in good health. Now let's move forward. Next thing is check your eyes. When was the last time you had your eyes checked? You don't want to be squinting all the time. Can't see that. Get some cool eyeglasses. These are some no brand I got online, but you know what? I made them fun. I got like an aviator style. They're pink. I look through life in rose colored glasses. Did you know that going to your eye doctor, getting an eye exam, sometimes they can tell whether you have diabetes or cancer. So make sure that you're up to date on your eye exams with your doctor. The third thing would be set a trip, make a trip, and make sure that you're going somewhere or an experience that you haven't done in a very long time. They say, according to studies, that when you have something like that to look forward to, it ups your happiness hormone. So you have something to look forward to. You're not talking about, oh, you know, I've got this pain in my shoulder. How are you, Debbie? How are you, Karen? You know, it's like you want to talk about, guess what? I'm going on this White River rafting, or I've got a group that's a book club and we're taking a trip up to Napa. Whatever it is, you've got something to look forward to, and it's something that you're doing to stay active. And last but not least, pamper yourself. Do self-care. And that can be anything from taking a beautiful bubble bath to going on your walk to just being outside and taking time to reboot yourself. Also, investing in things that make you feel better, that great candle, the bubble bath, the new book, whatever it is. And I know that finances sometimes can prevent us from doing things like that for ourselves. I'm a member of AARP. I look for their benefits. Do you know that they have all kinds of discounts when you just go to your local Walgreens? So go invest in yourself. Pick something up. Know that you're saving a little bit of money and that you are making you a priority. And I think we've never been better at this stage in our life.
Absolutely. And treating yourself, I think, is such a huge thing. And just from some of the tips that you've been talking about, it seems like one of the biggest things that get in our way is our mind, our mentality, and how we're viewing things. And so what are some things that maybe you do to supercharge your mind and your spirit?
You know, I really do try to put in front of me, whether it's on my phone, on Instagram, or on my computer, or in my books and reading, I put in front of me people that are doing things at my age that I want to be doing, aspirational people. So I'm not always looking at things that are like, oh, I'm 55 and it's just like, you've got to be aspirational and know that there's so many people doing great things at our ages, and it's just a new stage in our life. I mean, for me, it became, I was an empty nester. A lot of the shows that I were doing got canceled or are re-looking at themselves. So that just opened the door to new and different things for me to bring forth. I didn't look at it as an ending. I truly looked at it. It sounds cliche, but it's just a new beginning. And this stage is a really great stage of life. You should look forward to it.
You know, it's one of those things like when you talk about being an empty nester, it's almost like you're inventing yourself again. You're trying to remember, go back to things that you enjoy, and it's not all about just the kids, but it's about, learning yourself again, meeting yourself again, and kind of growing from there. Kim, this has been great. Any other tips or advice you want to throw out there before we let you go this morning?
I just think trying new things and meeting new people. Don't be afraid of getting with people that are much younger than you or much older than you. I've always got something new going on. Just created this hope candle because I had gone through cancer and it was a terrible journey for me. And I wanted to create something that would encourage others and tell you to continue shining your light in this world. No matter what your age or what you're going through, there's always hope. So I just think trying new things, being involved in new things, and inspiring and helping others is a great way to keep you youthful at any age.
Well, Kim Douglas, I've really enjoyed talking with you. TV personality, author, influencer. You're doing it, and of course, you're helping to inspire others. You have a great morning, all right?
Thank you. You too. So nice being with you.
All right, so Hugh Jackman, Kourtney Kardashian, Jennifer Aniston, J-Lo, Elon Musk, just a few of the people that swear by intermittent fasting. Is it really safe? How do you actually know you're doing intermittent fasting? What will it do for you? Would it help you reach your health goals in 2023? Let's bring in Dr. Amy Duffy here. She is the international best-selling author of Normal Doesn't Have Side Effects, and she has been a part of the Action News 5 digital desk in the past. We appreciate you coming on once again, Amy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I'm so excited to be here and share this information. It's super fun.
Yeah, I am a person that loves to intermittent fast myself. I do it at work, and I have kind of like a, 10 to 12 hour window. First, explain what it is for our audience out there and some of the different ways, because there's all kinds of different ways, I guess, to define intermittent fasting, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways. I kind of narrow it down to two different ways when I'm talking to my patients. I have the calendar way and I have the clock way. So the calendar way, this makes it a little bit more easy to process. Pick 2 days of the week, make sure they're not 2 days in a row. And on the 2 days that you X out here, you're going to fast those 2 days. On the other days, you can eat like normal. You can also adjust this different weeks throughout the month. So let's say you got a hot date one night, you want to adjust your time or something going on at work. So this way, it's super easy. A little bit more difficult to fast for a whole day. A lot of people start with something more like the clock way. So you're going to pick a time frame, a window, just like you described, where you're eating, and then a window where you're fasting or not eating. So let's imagine that you're going to start eating at noon and you're going to stop eating at 6 p.m. and then you don't resume eating until noon the next day. This makes it super easy because you're focused more on when you're eating and not just what you're eating. So you don't have to count carbs. You don't have to count calories. You want to have a glass of wine? Let's have a glass of wine. How about a beer? Sure, have a beer. Or you can even eat your favorite chocolate. Now, you're going to get better results for weight loss and overall health, cardiovascular, reducing the risk of diabetes, etc. if you're going to choose healthier foods, right? So eat your apple, have a salad for that meal. But it really is super simple and easy to follow. I get a lot of questions, Dr. Duffy, is this safe for us to do? And intermittent fasting can be really safe. In fact, we're seeing a lot of data. That's why doctors are loving it, that it really works, not just for weight loss, for actually reducing our risk of disease. So it's very safe, and we're really recommending it to a lot of people. The few people who need to pay attention, if you're diabetic and you're monitoring your blood sugar with either a blood sugar monitor, like when you're checking your blood on your finger, or you have one of those continuous glucose monitors, you want to make sure you talk to your doctor about that. This may be something you need to adjust. Or perhaps you're on medication and that medication needs to be taken with food, then you need to pay attention to the timing there or chat with your doctor about that. Outside of that, intermittent fasting, super safe, really easy to follow, and it works. That's why it's the #1 fad diet in America.
Is it really #1? Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. #1 fad diet in America. Gotcha. Let's get into specifics about the best candidates for intermittent fasting. Is there a certain body type? What about age groups?
Kids are growing, so we certainly don't want to restrict them. Usually kids are eating more for natural hunger, as opposed to sometimes we just want to eat because we're feeling munchy or something like that. So probably you want to wait until they're older teenagers or adults before they start fasting. But kids will actually naturally fast. They just don't eat when they're not hungry, right? So that's okay, age-wise. As we get older, really, there's no age limit where you would not want to intermittent fast. So that's pretty easy to do. Really, every body type is great. And one of the best things about intermittent fasting, it's not like the keto diet. Keto is okay, and you're going to get results from that, but it's really short-lived. It's hard to live in the keto world for a really long time. But once you start to get used to intermittent fasting, this can be something that you can do for life. So it's really a great thing for anybody who's trying to either maintain their weight or really try to lose weight. If you're going to lose weight, you may want to avoid some of those fun foods that we were talking about, at least in the beginning, until you get to your maintenance weight. But really, that's what's so great about intermittent fasting, is it really can be for anyone.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that I've enjoyed. I do it usually at work, and I don't generally do it on the weekends. But questions around intermittent fasting, because then some people ask, well, what about someone who doesn't eat all day or goes several days and all they have is, water or coffee or something like that? Is that safe? I always hear that when you do intermittent fasting, or when you fast for, let's say, a day or so, it really helps your cells. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's actually studies that show really the magic happens when you're looking at reducing inflammation or regeneration of damaged cells happens when you get into the 18 to 21 hour fast window and beyond that. So, for weight loss purposes, it's really great to start and simple to start with something like an 8-16 or a 16-8 fast. But when you're really trying to correct some dysfunction there or reduce inflammation, you want to get into those longer fasts. And there are some studies where doing a longer, 24-hour, 36-hour fast can really be beneficial, especially like for cancer. We're kind of starving the cancer, if you want to think about it that way. So there's some studies that really look around that. Of course, you want to make sure that you're hydrated. And again, if you're struggling with low blood sugar, things like that, then you just want to pay attention to that. Sometimes there are some foods that are allowed in the fasting. So some of those fasting days, there's some articles that talk about you can eat up to 500 calories and that still would be considered a fast. There are other people who do what they call one meal a day. And basically they're fasting throughout the day and they just have one meal. So it's not even a window of, time 6 hours. It's just one meal a day. Again, the term intermittent fasting is important. So if you go to one meal a day, that's okay, but you may want to adjust that throughout your week in terms of what time that meal is, because if you do that every day for the rest of your life, your body's going to adapt to that. And then it's not really intermittent anymore. So, once you get into it, you may want to start adjusting that time frame a little bit.
What does it do for your metabolism? Does it speed it up? Does it slow it down? Do we know?
There's kind of this idea that people who are gaining weight or can't lose weight have a slow metabolism. And then people who can, it seems like they just have an unlimited amount of food that they can eat, but they're still skinny, have a fast metabolism. I don't know that that's really real. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into that. So intermittent fasting, I would say probably, whether you want to call it metabolism, but when you're fasting, it actually speeds up your body's ability to get stored fat. So you're not starving yourself. If you go into starvation mode over a long period of time, your body starts looking for energy in the form of your muscle. So it's going to use up muscle, where the ability with intermittent fasting is actually gathering your fat cells. So your metabolism improves in the fact that it's helping you to burn fat instead of burn calories from muscle or your food, basically. So it's really going to help you lose more fat.
All right, so if our viewers are interested, we've been talking about this for a few minutes, they're interested, they're like, okay, let me try this out. What would be your recommendation if someone wanted to try out intermittent fasting, Amy?
Yeah, that clock way is the easiest way, is just pick a window, between 6 and 8 hours that you're going to eat, and then the window between 16 to 18 hours that you're fasting. The easiest way, just like I described, is to start at noon, end at 6 or 7 p.m. That way you're sleeping through a good, if we're getting the 8 hours of sleep we're supposed to, you're sleeping during most of your fasting. A lot of people aren't starving first thing in the morning. You can have tea, you can have black coffee. You just don't want to consume a lot of calories. Make sure, you're still well hydrated. And then you just start eating again at lunchtime the next day. That is the easiest way to get started.
Awesome. Amy Duffy, we really appreciate your analysis, your insight on this. And thanks so very much. Happy New Year to you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You're looking at a live picture from Midtown Memphis there from our High 5 camera. 47 degrees, 802. Lots of clouds out there. We'll be talking more about your forecast coming up in just a little bit. But right now, I want to talk about cervical cancer, and the screening rates are declining. Okay, this is happening over time, that they have been declining. Recent studies show that cervical cancer incidents have been increasing among women under the age of 50, including sharp rises among women the age of 25 to 29. I want to bring in two people right now to help us talk more about cervical cancer and cervical rates here. Let's bring in two people who can talk more about this. I am joined now by OBGYN Dr. Camila Phillips and cervical cancer survivor and advocate Mindy Hilton. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Dr. Phillips, first question to you. Tell us about cervical cancer and these current rates and the rise in these rates. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, cervical cancer is cancer of the cervix, the lower part of the uterus. And we have noticed recently that rates are rising, especially in younger women. It's a combination of health information and advocacy, which is what we're here to do today, and also in access. So it's super important that everyone gets screened.
Yeah, I was going to say, Doctor, this certainly underscores the importance and the urgency of routine screenings. Can you talk a little bit about routine screenings, how often and where people can get them?
Yes, so routine screenings right now are every 3 years for women ages 21 to 29. And then after age 30, we recommend what's called co-testing. That is testing for HPV or human papillomavirus, as well as your pap smear, and that's every 5 years. Now, I always tell people these are recommendations, and you might actually need to be screened more frequently depending on your doctor's recommendation. Pap smears can be done by your gynecologist, your family medicine doctor, your internist, anywhere you can get them done. It's important that women fall into their routine screening.
Okay, Doctor, thank you. Mindy, over to you. I want to talk to you about you and your story as a cervical cancer survivor. Can you enlighten us on what happened with you?
Yeah, sure. When I was 35 years old, I went to go see my doctor for my annual exam. I do it every year. I wasn't having any signs of pain or symptoms, anything like that. It was just my annual. And so we did the PAP and HPV co-test. I went home. I thought everything was normal, but I got a call, and about a week later, they said that I did have some cancerous cells. They wanted to do a biopsy and then told me I had cervical cancer. But because I went in for my annual and we caught it so early in those early stages, we were able to go in and get the cancerous cells out. And I was still able to have children the next year. I had a beautiful daughter. She's now 7 years old. So I have a happy story to tell because of that annual test and that early detection.
Congratulations to you on beating cancer and that happy story and early detection. Got a question for you on it. You had no symptoms? That's pretty extraordinary. And tell me why you got this screened. Is this something that's just preventative medicine, routine kind of screening?
It is. Yeah, it was just going in for my annual, and that's what they did. So without that doctor's appointment that day, it could have been a couple years before I had my next screening. Or maybe if I had not gone for a few years, the cancer could have spread. I may have not had the same results, and I may not have a daughter today. So I really highly suggest to everybody, if they haven't had their annual, if they haven't been to the doctor in a few years, make that appointment today. If you know a friend or a sister or a mom that hasn't had an appointment in a while, tell them right now to go ahead and call their doctor and get that appointment on the schedule.
Yeah, good advice, Mindy. Okay, final question for you both. And Doctor, let's start with you, Dr. Phillips. Any final things that you want to tell our viewers? We have thousands that watch us right now. Is there perhaps a place they can get more information online? And Mindy, I want you to also offer any last thoughts to our audience.
Yes, thank you for that question. So to get more information online, I would direct people to hologic.com/wellwoman so you can learn about the PAP test and HPV. And I would encourage you to know that PAP tests are quick, They're highly effective and painless. So please schedule your today. As the head of your family, your health is most important.
Yeah, and absolutely. Just make that appointment. There's nothing to be afraid of. Get in there. You won't regret it. It could save your life.
Okay, Dr. Phillips and Mindy Hilton, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate this conversation very much, and I'm sure it's helped a number of people out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. We're going to be back in 60 seconds with your forecast.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The cold and the wind still the big players here on this Tuesday, though the rain, for the most part, has come to an end. We'll still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with as we head through the day, but more so, again, the wind still gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. That continues to be a problem all the way through this afternoon and even into this evening, and could still have some sporadic power outages to go along with it as well. Again, some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour, especially the afternoon time frame as the area of low pressure starts to wind up and start heading in our direction. That could yield us a couple of isolated spritz and sprinkles of rain and maybe even a snowflake or two passing across the area as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. With temperatures above freezing, though again tumbling here today, and with the cold winds going to feel even colder, that's not going to cause any problems on any roadway surfaces. So that's good news there as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. Again, the wind's still up there through about midnight, then things will taper off. By tomorrow morning, a lot calmer, but still, you're going to notice the wind still blowing through here. We'll start off in the upper 20s and lower 30s with a bit of fog and giving way to sunshine as we head towards the afternoon with highs that will top out close to 50. As we go through the overnight period, we drop down through the middle to upper 30s starting off on Thursday, and then from there towards the upper 50s, maybe tagging 60 in a couple spots. That ain't half bad, but enjoy it while it lasts, because here comes the clouds, here come the rain opportunities. That takes us into very early Friday morning. I think that as we head towards Friday night, Thursday night into Friday, that's when we get the better rain chances to move into the area. Not only that, we'll be watching the track of that low to ultimately determine how things ultimately play out. Now, we got one system pulling away from us here this morning, okay? Next system coming down, this will be your Thursday into Friday system, and the current track would take it right over Memphis. And if that's the case, then it's just a rain and wind event, very similar to what you're seeing here today and yesterday. If it tracks about 50 miles to the north, you might add in a risk for a strong or severe thunderstorm south of I-40. If it goes south by about, say 50 miles, it's just rain, cold rain, moving through the area, but maybe on the backside you might get a brief wintry mix as it exits. Now this system is going to pull away from us, but it leaves behind a big blast of cold air. It opens up the floodgates from Canada, and that is not going anywhere. And guess what? There's another system that could be developing out of the Gulf of Mexico. Some moisture, and yes, the potential for some wintry precipitation could be in play by the end of Sunday, heading into early Monday of next week. It's the cold weather for me, my friends. That's the big story, I think, that's going to be heading into the area. And I'm conservatively forecasting highs of 30 degrees on Monday and 26 on Tuesday. There are a lot more indications that would keep us colder than that, and not to mention with the winds, it will be colder than that. Wind chills likely, especially Monday night into Tuesday, could be down in single-digit territory, below zero even in some instances. So again, we're talking about some big-time cold. This is nothing to sneeze at. This is more of the level of what we saw back Christmas of 2022 as we go through the middle portion of January. You add in the fact that there could be a system somewhere nearby, and temperatures like this, you can make the assumption that there's something that could happen in a wintry vein. And even if we don't have any wintry precipitation falling out of the sky, the cold's going to be bad enough. So really, I think this system that comes through here, even though that when you look at it on the models, it may not look all that impressive, it actually will probably be one of the more impactful ones because you have to deal with the cold, and then you add in the potential for wintry weather. That could be a wintry mix across the area. So a lot to talk about. A lot of that information is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Again, when you look at the 7-day forecast, it's all over the place. So today, falling temperatures from the 40s, again, still tumbling down through the 30s through the afternoon hours. Cloudy skies, mist and drizzle, and windy conditions. Still got the gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Through at least early evening, things will start to taper off as we get past that. Sunshine to return for your Wednesday, a high near 50. That ain't half bad. That's right on average for this time of the year. Upper 50s come Thursday. I think most of the day is going to be fine. Okay. I think Thursday we're going to get through it just warm, breezy, comparatively to normal. There might be a couple spots that tag 60. Rain chances to increase Thursday night into Friday. Of course, the wind's coming along with it as well. Middle 50s on Friday, then a falling temperature regime from there. That gets us down to 25. Then only managing a high of 38 comes Saturday. Another 25 early on Sunday. 36 for a high on Sunday. Here's the thing, though. Again, we're not going up, we're going down. If you've got the cold air already locked in place and there's a system that's going to run over that cold air, you're more than likely going to end up with some wintry weather. And I think that may be the case Sunday night into Monday, MLK Day. So again, something we'll be keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, that 30 may actually be pretty conservative. I think we may be colder than that. So there's a lot that could happen over the next couple of days. A lot could change. We want you to stay weather aware, and one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Another way to do that right here on the Action News 5 digital desk and also on actionnews5.com.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The Arkansas Department of Health's latest report ranked flu activity in the state as very high last week, making it the highest ranking this season. Healthcare workers say they're seeing hotspots within specific communities. Healthcare workers say they're seeing RSV, the flu, COVID more likely. 8% of hospital visits were from the flu last week. Staff said babies, children, and seniors most likely to get hospitalized. Early birds can get a jump start on their federal tax income. That's what we're talking about. You have until April 15th to file here, and it is something that we are watching. For instance, if you were affected by the storms and tornadoes that started December 9th, parts of Tennessee, you have until June 17th to file and pay what you owe. In fact, it's been it's been about a month since these deadly tornadoes that tore up Middle Tennessee. Many people still cleaning up. One woman said she had to make do for the past 4 weeks because she's waiting on insurance and contractors to fix it. The large tarp has lasted her for the past month, but she's not sure she can handle the high winds. Other neighbors whose homes were badly hit by recent storms say they're boarding up just in case. Strong winter weather system disrupting flights all across the country. According to the website FlightAware, more than 520 flights have been canceled so far. In addition, more than 3,800 flight delays have been reported. Airports advise passengers to check their flight status before heading to the airport. You can also help by letting Public Works know, the Memphis Public Works area. If you have a problem and you see some problem areas in your neighborhood, you can always contact Public Works there by reporting to 901-636-6762. You can send an email here to pubworks@memphistn.gov. You can also visit them in person, 125 North Main Street in downtown Memphis. All right, let's talk about the first meeting of the year with the brand new Memphis City Council. Big item on the agenda regarding the past and present City Council members and their insurance covers. We're talking about lifetime insurance for these Memphis City Council members. So 10, 20, even 30 years down the line, when they're long gone, perhaps in another state, taxpayers in Memphis will be footing the bill for their health insurance. The item will be seen on its third and final reading today. It was sponsored by previous council chairman Martavius Jones. Again, lifetime health insurance once they leave office if they serve 2 terms. This ordinance would apply to former council members, so it's retroactive back to January of 2015. Those members would pay 30% of insurance premium, and then the city and taxpayers would cover the rest for their life. Many council members we spoke with said they're not sure how they're going to vote. They're expected to vote today. Shelby County Commissioners tell us similar measure was vetoed by former Shelby County Mayor Mark Luttrell a few years back. All right, we've been talking to you about the 2024 legislative session starting today in Nashville. Lots on the agenda, ranging from how your tax dollars are spent to public safety. And we'll certainly give you the latest on what to expect and what elected leaders have to say about that. Later in Mississippi, Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves will be sworn into office after winning re-election. He beat Democrat Brandon Presley last November. We are going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds with the Memphis Showboats' new head coach. Right now, I want to talk about some of the amazing things to look forward to in 2024, one of which is the Memphis Showboats. Remember last year, the season? It was a slow start, but man, was it a lot of fun. They went on a tear, beating, 4 or 5 games in a row. I remember taking my son there. My wife and I had a blast. It was so enjoyable. And guess what? The new season is right around the corner. Memphis Showboats are back in Memphis, and I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by the brand new head coach of your Memphis Showboats, John DeFilippo, joining us on the digital desk. John, how are you? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you guys too. It's great to be here, and I'm thrilled to be in Memphis. And by the way, that winning streak started with my team last year, the New Orleans Breakers. We were 4-0, and they came in and beat us.
I remember that, John. So for people maybe who don't know a little bit about your background, you have extensive background, extensive coaching experience in the NFL and, as you just mentioned, the USFL. Can you talk a little bit about your background?
Yeah, absolutely. Been very fortunate in my coaching career. I've spent 15 years in the National Football League, mainly as a quarterback coach or offensive coordinator. And then I spent 7 years coaching Division I college football. Before that, been to the top of the mountain with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2017. Very fortunate to win a Super Bowl with a great group of players and coaches and a great organization. And obviously got my first chance to be a head coach last year with the New Orleans Breakers and try to make the most of that opportunity. And we'll do the same here in Memphis.
Fantastic. Really excited. Yes, I'm very familiar with that run in 2017 and the New Orleans Breakers. Very good team last year, too. What can we expect from the Showboats this year? Because, there was a lot of excitement throughout the year and throughout the season. We didn't make the playoffs, but you know, it would be great to build upon that and eventually get in those playoffs.
Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting new league, and it's going to be, you know, a lot of the best players from both leagues playing against each other. So we're going to bring an exciting brand of football. I think if you watched our New Orleans teams last year, we love to throw the football, and we love hard play action pass with shots down the field and a power run game. So that's what we're going to be on offense. On defense, that was one of the toughest defenses we went against last year, and that's why I kept Coach Carnell Lake as our defensive coordinator. And he'll do a great job again with this defense. And they did a great job of making us work, and teams throughout the league last year work and kept the ball in front of them. And we're very, very stout in the run game. So we're going to be we're going to stop the run first and then have explosive pass gains along with running the football.
Let me ask you this, because it became official just a few days ago that the XFL and the USFL merged. It's now the United Football League. Does that change anything for the fan, or does that change anything from you and how you're going to coach?
Yeah, I think it changes a lot. To me, the whole landscape of spring football now is for the better, because, you know, unfortunately, there's going to be young men that don't have a chance to play in this league and coaches that don't have a chance to coach in this league. But at the same time, you're getting the best players from both leagues. And, you know, I know in 2 years with the USFL, they put over 100 players in the National Football League. I mean, the team that we got beat by last year in the playoffs, the Birmingham Stallions, put 16 players in the National Football League last year alone. So you're going to see not only that amount of numbers of guys signing with NFL teams, but now with the XFL players coming over and us merging together, the brand of football is going to be better. It's going to be more exciting for the fans. And I'll tell you what, you know, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium is going to be lit up next year.
I can't wait. I'm getting excited just hearing you talk, John, and looking forward to it. So we got the first game, I believe, at the end of March. Tell me about the fan experience. I know it was so fan-friendly last year. As I mentioned off the top, I was there with my son, with my wife. We enjoyed the experience a great deal. Are we going to be seeing more of that, or is it going to be a little bit different? Tell me.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the fan experience is going to be like, but I know I liked the fan experience last year when we visited Memphis. I know, you know, and it was a great atmosphere, and there's no doubt it's going to be fan friendly. That's going to be a major piece of this league for sure. But what we can control is putting the product on the field to make the experience fun, because it's always more fun when you leave the stadium after your team wins. So that's what we're going to do our best to do.
That sounds fantastic. Anything? I know, you know, training camp. We're still weeks away from all of that. But can you talk a little bit about this team and what to expect? Is it, you know, I know you're offensive minded. We had a great defense. You're more of an offensive guy. What can we expect from the team? And maybe, I don't know, what kind of offense? Let's start there.
Yeah, sure. We're going to be mainly 3 wide receivers. Okay, mainly. You know, offense, and our offense is very involved. We get our best playmakers the football as much as we can. We're very tight end friendly, and that's been proven throughout the course of my history with tight ends. I think you'll see our tight end room catch a lot of passes and do a great job. But like I said, we're going to be explosive. We're going to run to the football. We're not going to do everything right, but it's going to be fast, and it's going to be a lot of fun for our fans to watch.
That sounds fantastic, head coach John DeFilippo. Anything else you want to mention to the fans before we let you go? This is exciting. We can't wait.
Well, I'm just thrilled to be in a football crazed state like Tennessee and a football crazed town like Memphis. That's what should get that's what gets me excited and should get our players excited as well. I mean, Memphis is an unbelievable town. It's a place I've spent some time in the past, and I'm just thrilled to be part of the community.
Absolutely. We're thrilled to have you, head coach John DeFilippo, new head coach of your Memphis Showboats. John, thanks so very much for joining us on the Digital Desk, and all the best in this upcoming season.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The cold and the wind still the big players here on this Tuesday, though the rain, for the most part, has come to an end. We'll still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with as we head through the day, but more so, again, the wind still gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. That continues to be a problem all the way through this afternoon and even into this evening, and could still have some sporadic power outages to go along with it as well. Again, some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour, especially the afternoon time frame as the area of low pressure starts to wind up and start heading in our direction. That could yield us a couple of isolated spritz and sprinkles of rain and maybe even a snowflake or two passing across the area as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. With temperatures above freezing, though again tumbling here today, and with the cold winds going to feel even colder, that's not going to cause any problems on any roadway surfaces. So that's good news there as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. Again, the wind's still up there through about midnight, then things will taper off by tomorrow morning. A lot calmer, but still, you're going to notice the wind still blowing through here. We'll start off in the upper 20s and lower 30s with a bit of fog and giving way to sunshine as we head towards the afternoon with highs that will top out close to 50. As we go through the overnight period, we drop down through the middle to upper 30s starting off on Thursday, and then from there towards the upper 50s, maybe tagging 60 in a couple spots. That ain't half bad, but enjoy it while it lasts, because here comes the clouds, here come the rain opportunities. That takes us into very early Friday morning. I think that as we head towards Friday night, Thursday night into Friday, that's when we get the better rain chances to move into the area. Not only that, we'll be watching the track of that low to ultimately determine how things ultimately play out. Now, we got one system pulling away from us here this morning, okay? Next system coming down, this will be your Thursday into Friday system, and the current track would take it right over Memphis. And if that's the case, then it's just a rain and wind event, very similar to what you're seeing here today and yesterday. If it tracks about 50 miles to the north, you might add in a risk for a strong or severe thunderstorm south of I-40. If it goes south by about, say 50 miles, it's just rain, cold rain, moving through the area, but maybe on the backside you might get a brief wintry mix as it exits. Now this system is going to pull away from us, but it leaves behind a big blast of cold air. It opens up the floodgates from Canada, and that is not going anywhere. And guess what? There's another system that could be developing out of the Gulf of Mexico. Some moisture, and yes, the potential for some wintry precipitation could be in play by the end of Sunday heading into early Monday of next week. It's the cold weather for me, my friends. That's the big story, I think, that's going to be heading into the area. And I'm conservatively forecasting highs of 30 degrees on Monday and 26 on Tuesday. There are a lot more indications that would keep us colder than that, and not to mention with the winds, it will be colder than that. Wind chills likely, especially Monday night into Tuesday, could be down in single-digit territory, below zero even in some instances. So again, we're talking about some big-time cold. This is nothing to sneeze at. This is more of the level of what we saw back Christmas of 2022 as we go through the middle portion of January. You add in the fact that there could be a system somewhere nearby, and temperatures like this, you can make the assumption that there's something that could happen in a wintry vein. And even if we don't have any wintry precipitation falling out of the sky, the cold's going to be bad enough. So really, I think this system that comes through here, even though that when you look at it on the models, it may not look all that impressive, it actually will probably be one of the more impactful ones, because you have to deal with the cold, and then you add in the potential for wintry weather that could be a wintry mix across the area. So a lot to talk about. A lot of that information is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Again, when you look at the 7-day forecast, it's all over the place. So today, falling temperatures from the 40s, again, still tumbling down through the 30s through the afternoon hours. Cloudy skies, mist and drizzle, and windy conditions. Still got the gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Through at least early evening, things will start to taper off as we get past that. Sunshine to return for your Wednesday, a high near 50. That ain't half bad. That's right on average for this time of the year. Upper 50s come Thursday. I think most of the day is going to be fine, okay? I think Thursday we're going to get through it just warm, breezy, comparatively to normal. There might be a couple spots that tag 60. Rain chances to increase Thursday night into Friday. Of course, the wind's coming along with it as well. Middle 50s on Friday, then a falling temperature regime from there. That gets us down to 25. Then only managing a high of 38 comes Saturday. Another 25 early on Sunday, 36 for a high on Sunday. Here's the thing, though. Again, we're not going up, we're going down. if you've got the cold air already locked in place and there's a system that's going to run over that cold air, you're more than likely going to end up with some wintry weather. And I think that may be the case Sunday night into Monday, MLK Day. So again, something we'll be keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, that 30 may actually be pretty conservative. I think we may be colder than that. So there's a lot that could happen over the next couple of days. A lot could change. We want you to stay weather aware, and one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Another way to do that right here on the Action News 5 digital desk and also on actionnews5.com.
Right now, I want to talk about New Year's resolutions, that new you. You want to talk about that new you. We want to talk about what we can do to make ourselves better, to improve ourselves, especially after all that excess that we had during the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. A lot of us like to maybe drink a little bit more, eat a little bit more, and here we are, January, we're a little bit heavier as a result. So on the digital desk, we have Megan Talley, clinical dietitian with Regional One Health, joining us now. Megan, Happy New Year to you. Let's talk about the best ways, if you had to start with, day one, question one, answer one, what would you say at the very top to someone who says, hey, look, I want a new me in 2024. What do I need to change?
Well, first off, my biggest advice is don't beat yourself up about the holidays. We all know that it's going to be a little crazy. You're going to be eating a little bit more, a lot of delicious foods to be having out there, a little more indulgence. But remember, there's no such thing as bad or good foods. It's only about what's a little bit healthier, what's a little bit unhealthier. So the biggest thing I would say is, again, don't make yourself out of the villain of your own life, right? But the first of the year is a great time to start making smaller changes to be a little bit healthier. So if you want to make a resolution, I don't love resolutions, but if you want to try to just do one healthier thing to start out the new year, new you, something that's easy to keep to, that's not going to frustrate and exhaust you and make you want to quit, that's the best thing for you.
I like that. That's a good place to start. But, a lot of people like to do cleanses or detoxes detoxes. I guess that's a word. Can you tell me why you want to stay away from that?
Oh, you got one of my hot buttons. That and fad diets. Detoxes and cleanses are just unnecessary at best, and at worst, they can actually be pretty unhealthy for you. I'm sure everyone's probably heard about the one where you drink just water and honey and lemon juice and cayenne for like a couple of days only. If that sounds unhealthy to you, it's because it really is. Honestly, you're thinking you're detoxing or cleansing your body and everything that comes out of you are all your toxins, when really you're just causing gastric distress and really making your body more angry with you than ever.
I gotcha. And totally understand. Another thing that we've talked about earlier, just a simple thing that people can do is commit to the idea of having more water in the new year. Instead of other drinks that might have calories, just getting more water throughout the day, making sure you have water bottles and that sort of thing. Can you talk a little bit about how that can benefit you, and especially if you're trying to lose weight, right?
Oh gosh, yes. Hydration is so important. And with so many options of beverages right now, you could see where it might fall to the wayside for some folks. Some people don't think water tastes good or it's not as interesting, but gosh, we're 70% water, just like the planet, and we really need it to keep going. It's not only good for your skin, for your health, it's just really good for flushing some of those high sodium, high sugar that we've been eating during these holidays. So a really good way to, if you really want to detox, that's the best way to do it, is just going back to more water and less of those sugary beverages. And honestly, if you want to start shedding some of those pounds for the new year, swapping out water for one of your Cokes or sweet teas or juice or any of that kind of thing would be the perfect way to do it. And there's a lot of low calorie or no calorie sweeteners or flavors for water if you really can't stand the taste of water. So that's really a great way to do it.
You mentioned, Megan, you mentioned fad diets and how people need to stay away from them. Can you talk a little bit more? Can you go a little bit more in depth about that? Because probably everyone right now, or at least people who want to lose weight, you know, they're Googling different things, searching different things, and looking for the latest and greatest diet. And tell me why you're opposed to something like that.
You picked the right thing to ask me. I love talking about that. You're right. So many folks right now are frantically Googling or looking at apps or all this kind of stuff. And there's so many diets to be choosing from, which is why even the word diet makes some people cringe, because they're automatically thinking Atkins or keto or cantaloupe or cabbage soup or something crazy like that. When really what diet means is just the food you eat. And really the best kind of diet you should be having is just healthy foods, moderate portions, plenty of clean water, exercise. Fad diets like the ketogenic diet, keto diet, where you eat a ton of protein, has been really big lately. And for some people, it does work for some short-term change. Unfortunately, it can actually be really unhealthy for you in the long term, for your kidneys and your liver and that kind of thing, because of all the protein and fat you're eating. And honestly, it wasn't meant to be used as a diet for weight loss or healthy eating. It was meant for people with more serious health concerns. So, and again, short-term change, not long-term, because who wants to be eating all of that meat all the time for the rest of your life? If you just make smaller changes, like I said, best way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you brought up the keto diet because, you know, it is very popular. And, you know, full transparency, I was on the keto diet for a while and the weight does come right off, but I found it just unsustainable. I can't do that for 6, 8, 10, 12 months. It would just be too much. Let's give our viewers one more big tip. We've talked about staying away from the fad diets, the detoxes, the cleanses, making sure you drink a lot of water. Don't beat yourself up over it. Let's give them, you know, maybe one or two more, I guess, you know, checklists, you know, something, a bullet point. How about that?
Sure, no problem. Number one, if you're somebody like me who, especially after the holidays, I get cravings. I get more hungry because I've been eating a little bit more. The best thing to try and stave off those cravings would be to increase your protein intake, eat a little bit more fiber and healthy fats. All of those things will fill you up quicker and stay on your ribs longer. You know, you're not being hungry immediately. And good sources of fiber are things like whole grains, lentils, leafy green vegetables, things like that. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't say something about activity. So you don't have to go to the gym and get a trainer and work an hour, 2 hours every day in the gym. Just a little bit of activity every day, or even just twice a week would be amazing. You're not going to hurt yourself, but you're going to be better in your cardiac health, your pulmonary health. You're going to be more regular in your digestive health, and your energy levels are probably going to skyrocket, honestly. It's so good for you to just be a little bit healthy when you're going to be active. It's awesome.
Before we let you go, because we've talked a lot about different things, and those are great tips, Megan. Portion sizes. A lot of times when you are trying to, you know, put your plate together, and a lot of times people will say, okay, your fist in terms of, you know, the amount of protein you want on your plate. I mean, is there a guideline that you follow or you recommend to some of your clients?
Oh, yeah. Normally I talk about the majority of my patients are typically diabetics, and we talk about how half of your plate needs to be leafy green, non-starchy vegetables, so green beans, bell peppers, mushrooms, carrots, tomatoes, things like that. And then a quarter to be carbs and a quarter to be protein. Now, I say this is good for diabetics, but honestly, it's great for anybody. Notice that half of that plate being those nice vegetables, high in vitamins and minerals, high in good fiber. We got a good amount of protein, hopefully lean, so not a whole lot of animal fats is always going to be better for your heart and for your waistline. And then your carbs, which we still need, as a little bit of energy and taste.
All right, Megan Talley, clinical dietitian, Regional One Health. We really appreciate these tips for everybody out there that's looking to be a little bit healthier in 2024. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Right now, let's talk about New Year's resolutions. And according to Google, the New Year's resolutions average, they last about 4 months. That's actually longer than I thought. I thought it was like a month. But let's talk more about New Year's resolutions with Google Search Trends expert Sarah Armstrong back with us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Sarah, good morning to you. Happy New Year. So what are people searching when it comes to New Year's resolutions across Google platforms?
Yes, Happy New Year. It's always interesting this time of year to check out what folks are searching for. Resolutions are obviously a big topic. You might not be surprised. Financial related resolutions are really big. Of course, health, fitness, eating well. And then I was surprised to see that being eco-friendly, being more sustainable also made it into those top resolutions.
Yeah, that is true. I saw that as well. And then a lot of questions for the New Year's resolutions. What percentage of New Year's resolutions fail? And how does New Year's resolutions, what does New Year's resolution mean? And so I guess that can go in many different directions. But when it comes to the various trends, it seems like health and money are the big ones, right?
You're absolutely right. And yeah, folks are searching what percentage of New Year's resolutions fail. I think they're nervous about being able to stick to those goals. So we also have some nice tips for those health and money related trends. You know, gym memberships spike every January, this January being no exception. So lots of folks are trying to get a workout plan in. And we have a cool tool for this. So our generative AI tool, it's called Bard. You can find it at bard.google.com. You can put in, hey, I'm training for a 5K. I have 4 weeks. I want to do some outside time, some gym time. Can you make a workout plan for me? And it'll generate a pretty good workout plan.
I also noticed, Sarah, that travel seems to be another trend, another New Year's resolution. In fact, just a few minutes ago, I was hearing in the newsroom someone talking about booking a trip later in the new year. Tell me more about what people are talking about on Google when it comes to travel.
Yeah, lots of folks wanting to travel in the new year. And this kind of goes hand in hand with the saving money trends. Lots of folks looking for the best travel credit card so they can book it on points, how to save money on travel. I have a fun tip here. I'm sure you're familiar with Google Flights. You can find the lowest price, but we have an Explore tab. So maybe you have a lot of flexibility with your date or your location. You can see the cheapest flights from where you live to anywhere in the world. So you can just book maybe a flight straight to Miami if that's the cheapest and you just want to get out of town.
That's really cool. And then going back to what you mentioned earlier, the sustainability trends, several there talking about eco-friendly products, sustainable engagement rings, fashion, sustainable bikinis, huh?
Yeah, sustainable fashion is really trending right now. So I'm sure folks are shopping for the new year, getting their wardrobe together. And it's cool to see that people want to do that sustainably. I'm not sure why sustainable bikinis is so high up there in the trends, but a lot of people are searching for that.
That's funny. What else can we talk about in this new year? We're just a few days in with regards to Google and what people are searching for.
Yeah, well, you brought up the, saving money. We're seeing a lot of searches on saving money on groceries, saving money on rent, and then those personal finance apps and books. My tip here is Google Shopping. I use it all the time. Kind of like with Google Flights, you can see the high and low end for the price of a flight. We pull millions of listings all over the web so that you can get the best price on whatever you're looking for.
Yeah, everyone's looking for ways to save in this economy with inflation being where it is, very high. Sarah Armstrong, we really appreciate all the tips that you've mentioned. Very informative always when we have you on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, one of the big stories that we were following this morning was an 18-wheeler that overturned, and I want to show you a live picture. This happened at 4 o'clock this morning, little after 4, according to the Tennessee Department of Transportation. It is now 8:48. Okay, more than 4 hours later, it is still very much an issue. You can see it there in the upper upper right-hand portion of your screen there. That truck is still on its side, and then you can see on the lower left portion of your screen, it's debris, what it was carrying there off on the side of the road, and then police officers there have blocked off this area. Westbound lanes blocked on Watkins Street and I-40 East due to this. And what happened here. I want to show you pictures when our photographer was out there on the scene. And again, this is just a ground view of that tractor trailer on its side. It looks like a bunch of pallets there, wooden pallets just scattered about everywhere. That's the load that it was covering or carrying, I should say. And right now we don't have any reports of anyone being injured, but it is still very much causing a mess for travelers in this area. Again, live pictures back out here from our TDOT SmartWay camera showing that this area is still blocked. And according to TDOT, it says I-40 at junction with US 51, but we are talking about all westbound lanes blocked on Watkins and I-40. Again, due to this semi, this 18-wheeler that has been overturned. We'll continue to follow it. We'll bring you updates when they get a tow truck out there to just kind of remove this 18-wheeler and get everything cleaned up. We're going to take another short break. Back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Memphis Tigers signee Mikey Williams making plans to enter the transfer portal. He was set to be one of the stars of this year's team until he was arrested on 6 felony gun charges. His high school teammate J.J. Taylor, who also signed with Memphis, also decided to leave. In a statement, the university confirms that Williams is going into the portal, saying the process for him to join the men's basketball team was underway, but he elected to explore his options at this time. All right, we have to talk about last night's big college football national championship. Third time's a charm. Michigan has been there 2 previous times. They've lost, and last year they won it all. Yes, the college football national championship. Michigan beat Washington 34-13. They finished the year 15-0. First championship since 1997 when they won a share of the title. And, of course, millions tuned in to see who would come out on top. Big, big game. Congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines. Devastating news for any Grizzly fan out there. Ja Morant out for the season with shoulder surgery. He's been only back just a few games after that 25-game suspension. He hurt his right shoulder during a training session this past Saturday after having an MRI. It was revealed he suffered a labral tear. So Sunday he was out and he was seen with a sling. And again, he is out for the year. And well wishes coming from everybody, wishing him well and will be ready. He's expected to be ready for next year. Certainly something that we are all disappointed about, but wishing him a speedy recovery. Show you this. This is the latest cover of Memphis Magazine, the January edition. Meet the Youngs. That is the new mayor of Memphis, Paul Young, and his wife. And that is the cover story here. I'm joined now by the CEO and editor-in-chief of the Memphis Magazine, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us. It looks like you're at Crosstown Concourse. Is that where you are? Happy New Year.
I am indeed at Crosstown, Andrew. Happy New Year to you. I'm so glad to see you again. I realized the slight irony of the fact that I'm sitting at Crosstown because I actually mentioned in my column for this month how frequently I'm at Crosstown. So a little on the nose, but fully unintentional. This is just where I am a lot.
That's awesome. And of course, I have the paper edition of the Memphis Magazine here. It came early this year and or this month, and looking forward to it. Always a great set of stories and different profiles and highlights. Let's dive into it.
Yeah, let's do it. So the cover story is by David Waters, who, of course, many Memphians will know as a longtime veteran journalist and just really thoughtful, beautiful writer. So he spent some time with our new mayor, Paul Young, but also with Mayor Young's entire family, really getting to know not just Mayor Young, but also his siblings, his wife, his parents, and getting to understand how he became the person that he is today. He really comes from a family full of faith leaders, community leaders. So we wanted to very much dig into that, get to know his roots and, how he became so involved in the Memphis community.
Yeah, I see that, and David Waters, I mean, gosh, what a nice man, great, accomplished journalist, and yes, many viewers would, I'm sure, and many readers would know all about David Waters. I haven't read it yet, full disclosure, but I'm really looking forward to it. What else can you talk about?
Yeah, you can't say enough nice things about David Waters. He's really a treasure, and we're so lucky to have him writing for us nowadays. Just really fortunate. So in terms of other things in this issue that readers might like to take a look at, one thing that I'm especially happy about, and it's just a couple of pages, but I think they're pages that we're just so excited to have back. We decided to bring back our event calendar. So I guess in about 2020, for reasons that you can probably guess, we retired having a regular monthly calendar of arts and cultural events in the city, and just decided that with this new year, it made sense to revive our calendar. I know people are always saying to me, like, I don't know what's going on. I heard about this event after it already happened. So we're trying to help you with that. So we have a couple of pages called Out and About in Memphis that will just point you to a few of really the highlight events that are going on in the city in the month of January, and we'll keep at this every month. So we're psyched about that. For our classic dining, Michael Donahue visited Coletta's, definitely a favorite. Of course, readers always love turning to Vance Lauderdale for his history, wisdom. This month, he told us the story of Oakley Ford, including this fantastic photo that we've actually had occasion to publish once before, but of this like tartan plaid painted Ford. So really kind of fantastic. I would not turn down such a car if someone were to offer it. So yeah, just lots of good stuff going in lots of different directions here. There's also a story about Doris Porter, a 95-year-old lady who is the unofficial matriarch of Cooper Young. So Jane Schneider brought us this piece, and I just love it. Justin Foxberg shot the photos, and I know he had a great time with her. Jane had a great time. Just a total treasure. You know, this is part of a series that we call Local Treasures, and so often the people really live up to that moniker. So this is just a really, really precious story. So yeah, lots of good stuff going on in January.
No question about it. Anna, we really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to not only this month, but the entire year of 2024. You guys always do a great job, and we appreciate you having you on the Digital Desk each and every week. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. We've got some great things in store for our readers and your audience. So I look forward to continuing our little chats.
I love our chats, and I love the letter to the editor. Always my first thing that I read each and every time I get the magazine. Anna, thanks.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Andrew Douglas. And, you know, you think about high school, it goes by in a flash. And then suddenly your teen has to figure out, well, what are they going to do? And you have to have those conversations with them about what would you like to do? Should you go to college? Should you go into the workforce? Do you want to do a vocational training? That sort of thing. It can be overwhelming for any high school grad. I mean, every student should be able to access the tools, the resources that they need to unlock their future. And that's where something called Big Future comes in. It provides free college and career tools to help students choose the best option for them. I'm joined right now by Autumn Cavanis, Director, Real Talk Big Future College Board. She is joining us on the Digital Desk to talk a little bit about this very issue. And Autumn, good morning to you. How does Big Future combine various features and services to help students chart that path after high school? Because it can be overwhelming for any teen out there.
Absolutely. Good morning to you, Andrew, and your viewers. So, as you mentioned, right, that can be so confusing. Over the past 10 years, Andrew, I've had the amazing experience of working with thousands of brilliant high school and college students. And one thing that I have seen that is common is that no two students' paths are identical, right? And that's what makes it, as you mentioned earlier, more complicated and confusing than a Facebook status. But the beauty is that Real Talk and Big Future comes in, and Big Future really gives students the opportunity to explore careers and plan for college, pay for college, all on our comprehensive website. It is free. It is an amazing resource, and it's available at bigfuture.org.
Tell me, what is Big Future for our viewers that might not be familiar with it?
Well, over at Big Future, we really empower students to take the right first step after high school. And Big Future is that comprehensive site that demystifies the process. It is a resource for students, for parents. You mentioned earlier about those difficult questions, right, of figuring out, how do I pay for college? How do I explore careers? How do I plan for college? All of that's available over at Big Future.
So let me ask you this. What are some of the burning questions that students today ask about Big Future, and how is Big Future answering some of those questions?
Ooh, the burning questions. Well, I am the director of Big Future's Real Talk, so I have to give you real talk on the burning questions. Students are wanting to know, what should be my major? What should be my career? Should I attend a community college, or should I go to a 4-year? Should I take that gap year? Should I go right head first into my career? And ultimately, students are wanting to know, Andrew, how do I pay for my career? Those are all burning questions that students are wanting to know. And we also have over at Big Future, we actually have 2 amazing live platforms. We have our Big Future Live and our Real Talk, which gives students and parents the space to attend virtual live events and have their questions, their burning questions answered in real time by college and career experts. Last year, we had over 200,000 registrants for our Big Future Live and Real Talk events over at Big Future.
What are the tools and resources students are using the most to kind of figure out what to do?
Ooh, it's a brand new year, right? We even have a leap year. So let me give you 3 tools that I truly believe in, and we're seeing a lot of high engagement over at bigfuture.org. The first one, checklist. The second one, career quiz. And then the third one, Big Future scholarships. So let me explain more, okay? Remember, Big Future is a comprehensive free resource for students and families. When you go onto Big Future, you can actually access our checklist, which give you and your student what they should be doing, grades 9th through 12th, to get them ready for that right first step after high school. And those checklists are available, Andrew, in both English and in Spanish. We also have our Big Future career quiz, and that career quiz is incredible because students can explore careers. They literally will take a career quiz that takes 10 minutes, 60 questions, and will share career ideas that give students a wonderful starting point to explore what's in store for their big future. And then the third tool that I have to share with you and your viewers, Big Future scholarships. Over at Big Future, we want students to take action, actual action as they plan for that right first step. And so we reward students who let us know that they've completed the FAFSA or have built out their college list or are adding schools to their career list. Students are then entered, and this is completely free, students are entered into a drawing to win one of our $40,000 Big Future scholarships or one of our $500 Big Future scholarships. And Andrew, since the launch of Big Future scholarships, we've actually awarded over $18 million of Big Future scholarships to over 21,000 students across this country.
That's fantastic. That's real money right there. I appreciate that, Autumn. What about for parents? Are there any resources with Big Future that really kind of helps those adults or those parents out there trying to figure out how to what career or pathway their teen should go?
Right, because as you mentioned earlier, it can be daunting and complicated. But what we want caring adults and parents to know, first of all, we commend you because you are tapping in and figuring out what's the best right step for your child. So we commend you, first of all. And we want you to know that you're not alone in this process. Big Future has your back. You go to bigfuture.org, you will receive insight on how to explore careers, how to plan for college, how to pay for college. Free comprehensive resource that's available for you and your teens. Because ultimately, Andrew, at Big Future, we want students to know it's your future, your way.
Bigfuture.org. Autumn Cavanis, we really appreciate you joining us. We have thousands of viewers watching. I know this interview was helpful for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, Richard. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. There's another live look from our High Five camera there in Midtown Memphis. Some clouds out there. We'll get a check of your forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The cold and the wind still the big players here on this Tuesday, though the rain, for the most part, has come to an end. We'll still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with as we head through the day, but more so, again, the wind still gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. That continues to be a problem all the way through this afternoon and even into this evening, and could still have some sporadic power outages to go along with it as well. Again, some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour, especially the afternoon time frame as the area of low pressure starts to wind up and start heading in our direction. That could yield us a couple of isolated spritz and sprinkles of rain and maybe even a snowflake or two passing across the area as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. With temperatures above freezing, though again tumbling here today, and with the cold winds going to feel even colder, that's not going to cause any problems on any roadway surfaces. So that's good news there as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. Again, the wind's still up there through about midnight, then things will taper off. By tomorrow morning, a lot calmer, but still, you're going to notice the wind still blowing through here. We'll start off in the upper 20s and lower 30s with a bit of fog and giving way to sunshine as we head towards the afternoon with highs that will top out close to 50. As we go through the overnight period, we drop down through the middle to upper 30s starting off on Thursday, and then from there towards the upper 50s, maybe tagging 60 in a couple spots. That ain't half bad, but enjoy it while it lasts, because here comes the clouds, here come the rain opportunities. That takes us into very early Friday morning. I think that as we head towards Friday night, Thursday night into Friday, that's when we get the better rain chances to move into the area. Not only that, we'll be watching the track of that low to ultimately determine how things ultimately play out. Now, we got one system pulling away from us here this morning, okay? Next system coming down, this will be your Thursday into Friday system, and the current track would take it right over Memphis. And if that's the case, then it's just a rain and wind event, very similar to what you're seeing here today and yesterday. If it tracks about 50 miles to the north, you might add in a risk for a strong or severe thunderstorm south of I-40. If it goes south by about, say 50 miles, it's just rain, cold rain, moving through the area, but maybe on the backside you might get a brief wintry mix as it exits. Now this system is going to pull away from us, but it leaves behind a big blast of cold air. It opens up the floodgates from Canada, and that is not going anywhere. And guess what? There's another system that could be developing out of the Gulf of Mexico. Some moisture, and yes, the potential for some wintry precipitation could be in play by the end of Sunday, heading into early Monday of next week. It's the cold weather for me, my friends. That's the big story, I think, that's going to be heading into the area. And I'm conservatively forecasting highs of 30 degrees on Monday and 26 on Tuesday. There are a lot more indications that would keep us colder than that, and not to mention with the winds, it will be colder than that. Wind chills likely, especially Monday night into Tuesday, could be down in single-digit territory, below zero even in some instances. So again, we're talking about some big-time cold. This is nothing to sneeze at. This is more of the level of what we saw back Christmas of 2022 as we go through the middle portion of January. You add in the fact that there could be a system somewhere nearby, and temperatures like this, you can make the assumption that there's something that could happen in a wintry vein. And even if we don't have any wintry precipitation falling out of the sky, the cold's going to be bad enough. So really, I think this system that comes through here, even though that when you look at it on the models, it may not look all that impressive, it actually will probably be one of the more impactful ones, because you have to deal with the cold, and then you add in the potential for wintry weather that could be a wintry mix across the area. So a lot to talk about. A lot of that information is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Again, when you look at the 7-day forecast, it's all over the place. So today, falling temperatures from the 40s, again, still tumbling down through the 30s through the afternoon hours. Cloudy skies, mist and drizzle, and windy conditions. Still got the gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Through at least early evening, things will start to taper off as we get past that. Sunshine to return for your Wednesday, a high near 50. That ain't half bad. That's right on average for this time of the year. Upper 50s come Thursday. I think most of the day is going to be fine, okay? I think Thursday we're going to get through it just warm, breezy, comparatively to normal. There might be a couple spots that tag 60. Rain chances to increase Thursday night into Friday. Of course, the wind's coming along with it as well. Middle 50s on Friday, then a falling temperature regime from there. That gets us down to 25. Then only managing a high of 38 comes Saturday. Another 25 early on Sunday. 36 for a high on Sunday. Here's the thing, though. Again, we're not going up, we're going down. If you've got the cold air already locked in place and there's a system that's going to run over that cold air, you're more than likely going to end up with some wintry weather. And I think that may be the case Sunday night into Monday, MLK Day. So again, something we'll be keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, that 30 may actually be pretty conservative. I think we may be colder than that. So there's a lot that could happen over the next couple of days. A lot could change. We want you to stay weather aware, and one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Another way to do that right here on the Action News 5 digital desk and also on actionnews5.com.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You can see our Midtown High 5 camera. Kind of cloudy out there, 41 degrees, 9:13. We'll be talking more about your forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5. Right now, I want to bring in my friend Talisa Franklin from The Trend. She is here to talk about all things positive and a lot of things going on across Memphis and the Mid-South and the community coming together. Talisa, I still love seeing your billboards each and every day. It is just a ray of sunshine that always puts a smile on my face no matter what. No matter what. How are you this morning?
I am wonderful. I am excited. And I'm grateful that those boards bless you. That's literally the vision becoming to life when I can know that people are being blessed by seeing those positive words through our city, because our city is amazing. So we got to make sure everybody know, just because you live in Memphis, you are amazing too. And God loves you.
Yes, and you know, it's like billboard, you typically see someone selling something, but yours is not that. Yours is just saying, hey, God loves you, and you know, you're awesome. And I just love that. So so what you got going on?
Listen, this weekend, y'all, is all about MLK weekend right here in the Bluff City. And there's so many great, exciting things that's happening in our city. And so I just want to tell y'all about a few of them, right? And so on this Saturday, Recovery from the Recoverer. This is a great event that's going to happen on this Saturday, y'all. And I am very honored to be one of the speakers to kind of share my story. Many people that know me or may not know me personally, I have a really crazy story about life. So life could have went another way for me in a negative, because all the challenges that I've had growing up from my childhood and my ACEs, but I found out that the God that I serve, He's able to let me recover from those things. And so myself and my dear brother, national recording artist Danny Cosby will be in the house. And so we'll have a great event. I'll be speaking. He'll be ministering and speaking as well. But there'll be a lot of other vendors and a lot of partners. And there'll be resources. So if you're having some challenges on MLK Day, baby, that is true liberation for you to say, I'm going to get this information so I can be the best version of me that I know that I can be. And so it's free. You don't have to pay anything to attend, but definitely register because they're offering great food. The young man that's in charge of this is Derek Rogers. He's also a great caterer. And so you know the food is going to be good. And we're going to bring all the fun and the energy, but more so, we're going to bring the knowledge and the information so that you that's watching can be the best version of you that you know that you deserve to be. So I invite each and every one of you all to come out on this Saturday. All right. And have an amazing time. We'll be so happy to have you. And then after that, the Baptist Minister Wives Guild, they have this fashion show every single year. And I want to invite people, and it's called the Power Surge, right? And shout out to all the wonderful ladies that are wives, to so many amazing pastors right here in our community, and just love on them. We appreciate them and we thank them. So this Saturday, they're having their annual workshop. It's called the Power Surge. For more information, all you have to do is go to their Facebook page. This is going to be a great event where it's going to be fashion show, vendors, and it's going to be great information. So if you want to see that, scan that code and make sure you be a part of that. And then on this weekend, y'all listen, shout out to Leadership Memphis and Volunteer Memphis, especially to President and CEO Reggie Crenshaw for the vision to making that we are all caring like king. Yeah, what do you mean, Talisa? This weekend is all about volunteerism and giving back. And so you have two opportunities to make sure you come out and support. And if you know of somebody that needs these great health and wealth services, come out and get them. They're absolutely free. Shout out to all the partners and the sponsors that made this event possible. And so we will be at the Orange Mound Community Center from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Issuing all the health and wellness vendors will be in the gym. So come on out and be in the gym. And then there will be a food bank, so that Mid-South Food Bank, thank you for your partnership, is making sure the community of Orange Mound get really great food boxes. So there will be a drive-through food box. And if you got a baby, there will be the diaper bank. And I always think that's a blessing when you can get some free diapers for your baby's bottoms, right? And so there will be Shot RX. There are so many free things, free health and wellness, free education, and all you have to do is be here. So Saturday at Orange Mound from 10 to 12. But if you miss that time, you know what? Just come on over to Hollywood Community Center from 2 to 4. You will have another opportunity to enjoy Care Like King for MLK Day. So you have two opportunities to Care Like King, 10 to 12 at Orange Mound Community Center and 2 to 4 at the Hollywood Community Center. For more information, you can go to Leadership Memphis, or you can always follow your girl, Talisa. I have all of it on my pages because I want to hopefully see your face in the place. It's going to be a busy Saturday, but it's going to be busy, great things right here in the Bluff City, Andrew. And I'm excited about all things Memphis.
Yes, and all of it positive, and certainly it is a joy to see it and a joy to talk to you, Talisa. Thanks so very much.
All right, thank you now. Bye-bye.
Did you know that 64% of Americans typically abandon their New Year's resolution within the first month? That doesn't surprise me at all. And you know what's at the top of the list typically? It has to deal with getting in shape, and it also has to deal with your financial shape. You got to get in your financial shape. And so many people just abandon this after that first month. Well, it's time to get back on track when it comes to your finances. And here to help us out is the founder of the Fiscal Femme. We are joined now by Ashley Feinstein Gersley. Thank you for joining us, Ashley. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
No, I appreciate it. So let's talk about the number one tip to getting our budgets back on track. It is February, it's mid-February. Maybe some people have lost track of their New Year's resolutions. How do we get it back on track, Ashley?
My number one tip is to purge expenses that you won't miss or aren't using, and to clean up the finances. Look at what you spent so far this year. Are there subscriptions that you aren't using or completely forgot about? Or maybe there are expenses that aren't adding much value or happiness to your life. We want to let go of those expenses first.
Always good advice. I mean, it's like we have to pay off all of our bills from the holiday season, and it's like, we need a way to get back on track. There are a lot of tools out there to make sure that we're spending properly, that our spending is in order. Are there any that you would recommend, Ashley?
Just like you said with the holidays, sometimes we need some time to pay things off. So we want to make our finances flexible. I've partnered with a firm and I recommend them because they offer a transparent way to pay over time on your own schedule on anything from last minute travel expenses, home essentials, electronics, and even car repair without the hidden fees or compound interest that you might find with credit cards.
Good advice there. And, I've heard this before that people like a high credit score. In fact, they find it sexy if your finances are in order. And we saw this in a new survey out that financial stability is sexy. Tell me more.
Yes, if you needed one more reason to stick with your money resolutions, financial stability is sexy. A recent survey from a firm showed that consumers are prioritizing finances in their relationship. And actually the majority, 3 out of 4, say that financial stability is a turn on. So if you are looking for love or looking to rekindle some love, you want to get that budget in order. And a great way to do that is to surround yourself by friends, family, loved ones who will help you and support you in your money goals.
I remember hearing something a few years ago when there was, Match.com and all these online dating apps. They talked about, well, what is your credit score? And I thought that was kind of funny and foolish, but in actuality, there's a lot of truth to that. What is your financial stability? That's interesting how it is. What about any other final advice that we haven't hit on yet?
We want to simplify, simplify, simplify. So the easier it is to keep our finances in order, the easier it is to stay on track. And a great place to start is with our accounts. Do you have extra savings accounts, checking accounts, or have you been meaning to roll over a company 401k? We want to consolidate and simplify. And we can also do that with our budget. So the fewer categories we have, the easier it is to track and maintain. And we can always add details later. And another final tip is to make our spending intentional. Every time we spend money, we have the opportunity to vote for more of the world we want to see and to align our spending with our values. And that might mean switch a recurring expense over to a BIPOC or woman-owned business, or to purchase goods from a company working to be more sustainable. And often when our spending is more intentional, it has the wonderful side effect of actually reducing the amount we spend.
I like that. I like all of that. Now, for more information on where people can go to get more of what we talked about, where can they do that?
Yes, they can learn more about Affirm at affirm.com and can follow along my budgeting tips at the Fiscal Femme.
Okay, Ashley Feinstein Gerstley, the Fiscal Femme founder. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The cold and the wind still the big players here on this Tuesday, though the rain, for the most part, has come to an end. We'll still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with as we head through the day, but more so, again, the wind still gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. That continues to be a problem all the way through this afternoon and even into this evening, and could still have some sporadic power outages to go along with it as well. Again, some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour, especially the afternoon time frame as the area of low pressure starts to wind up and start heading in our direction. That could yield us a couple of isolated spritz and sprinkles of rain and maybe even a snowflake or two passing across the area as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. With temperatures above freezing, though again tumbling here today, and with the cold winds going to feel even colder, that's not going to cause any problems on any roadway surfaces. So that's good news there as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. Again, the wind's still up there through about midnight, then things will taper off by tomorrow morning. A lot calmer, but still, you're going to notice the wind still blowing through here. We'll start off in the upper 20s and lower 30s with a bit of fog and giving way to sunshine as we head towards the afternoon with highs that will top out close to 50. As we go through the overnight period, we drop down through the middle to upper 30s starting off on Thursday, and then from there towards the upper 50s, maybe tagging 60 in a couple spots. That ain't half bad, but enjoy it while it lasts, because here comes the clouds, here come the rain opportunities. That takes us into very early Friday morning. I think that as we head towards Friday night, Thursday night into Friday, that's when we get the better rain chances to move into the area. Not only that, we'll be watching the track of that low to ultimately determine how things ultimately play out. Now, we got one system pulling away from us here this morning, okay? Next system coming down, this will be your Thursday into Friday system, and the current track would take it right over Memphis. And if that's the case, then it's just a rain and wind event, very similar to what you're seeing here today and yesterday. If it tracks about 50 miles to the north, you might add in a risk for a strong or severe thunderstorm south of I-40. If it goes south by about, say 50 miles, it's just rain, cold rain, moving through the area, but maybe on the backside you might get a brief wintry mix as it exits. Now this system is going to pull away from us, but it leaves behind a big blast of cold air. It opens up the floodgates from Canada, and that is not going anywhere. And guess what? There's another system that could be developing out of the Gulf of Mexico. Some moisture, and yes, the potential for some wintry precipitation could be in play by the end of Sunday heading into early Monday of next week. It's the cold weather for me, my friends. That's the big story, I think, that's going to be heading into the area. And I'm conservatively forecasting highs of 30 degrees on Monday and 26 on Tuesday. There are a lot more indications that would keep us colder than that, and not to mention with the winds, it will be colder than that. Wind chills likely, especially Monday night into Tuesday, could be down in single-digit territory, below zero even in some instances. So again, we're talking about some big-time cold. This is nothing to sneeze at. This is more of the level of what we saw back Christmas of 2022 as we go through the middle portion of January. You add in the fact that there could be a system somewhere nearby, and temperatures like this, you can make the assumption that there's something that could happen in a wintry vein. And even if we don't have any wintry precipitation falling out of the sky, the cold's going to be bad enough. So really, I think this system that comes through here, even though that when you look at it on the models, it may not look all that impressive, it actually will probably be one of the more impactful ones, because you have to deal with the cold, and then you add in the potential for wintry weather that could be a wintry mix across the area. So a lot to talk about. A lot of that information is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Again, when you look at the 7-day forecast, it's all over the place. So today, falling temperatures from the 40s, again, still tumbling down through the 30s through the afternoon hours. Cloudy skies, mist and drizzle, and windy conditions. Still got the gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Through at least early evening, things will start to taper off as we get past that. Sunshine to return for your Wednesday, a high near 50. That ain't half bad. That's right on average for this time of the year. Upper 50s come Thursday. I think most of the day is going to be fine. Okay. I think Thursday we're going to get through it just warm, breezy, comparatively to normal. There might be a couple spots that tag 60. Rain chances to increase Thursday night into Friday. Of course, the wind's coming along with it as well. Middle 50s on Friday, then a falling temperature regime from there. That gets us down to 25. Then only managing a high of 38 comes Saturday. Another 25 early on Sunday, 36 for a high on Sunday. Here's the thing, though. Again, we're not going up, we're going down. If you've got the cold air already locked in place and there's a system that's going to run over that cold air, you're more than likely going to end up with some wintry weather. And I think that may be the case Sunday night into Monday, MLK Day. So again, something we'll be keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, that 30 may actually be pretty conservative. I think we may be colder than that. So there's a lot that could happen over the next couple of days. A lot could change. We want you to stay weather aware, and one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Another way to do that right here on the Action News 5 digital desk, and also on actionnews5.com.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. An attempted kidnapping is under investigation this morning after an 11-year-old girl says a man tried to snatch her while she was walking with friends. This happened this past Saturday at Gower Street and White Station Road. The girl and friend said they noticed a truck that was following them. While trying to run away, she fell, which gave the attacker the chance to put a rag over her face, pull her into the truck. According to the 11-year-old, the reported attacker inappropriately touched her, drove her around for 5 minutes before she was able to kick him and escape through the passenger door. Memphis police say they're investigating the case at this time. They have not released any additional information. According to the 11-year-old, she describes her attacker 6 foot tall, skinny, wearing latex gloves, a COVID mask, black beanie, sweatpants, and a navy blue shirt. We have also learned that the contract for the Southern Heritage Classic has been confirmed. The agreement between Summit Management Corporation and the City of Memphis allows the 30-plus year tradition to continue the second Saturday in September. At issue was how the game would be handled once the ownership of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium transferred to the University of Memphis. This agreement stretches into 2032. And we're keeping an eye on what happens in Nashville ahead of the legislative session that's starting today at noon. State Representative John Gillespie, who represents parts of Memphis and Cordova, announced a series of proposed bills dealing with the country's bail system. He wants to create a minimum bail amount for judicial commissioners who decide bail in Memphis. He also wants to remove financial status from bail consideration and hold parents accountable for crimes committed by their children. Tomorrow will mark a year since Tyree Nichols was pronounced dead after being beaten by former Memphis police officers 3 days later. His family community calling on Paul Young to make a plan to demonstrate ordinances created in response to his death. Some of the ordinances include limiting traffic stops for minors offenses like broken taillights or expired tags. United Airlines has discovered loose door bolts on its 737 MAX planes. It's not known how many planes have the issue. It was discovered during mandated inspections. The FAA required all 737 MAX airplanes to be inspected after a door plug blew off an American Airlines flight in midair on Friday. United has canceled more than 450 flights because of this issue, and the NTSB is calling for change. The chair says its cockpit voice recorder is blank on that United flight. Regulators let them automatically rewrite it after 2 hours, and she says it's making them harder to learn from these accidents. They also say the flight had 3 babies who didn't have their own seats with their safety belts on after strong pressure ripped off some of the headrests there. A Tennessee lawmaker is pushing to have all the Covenant school shooters' writings released. A state representative, Gina Bolso of Brentwood, filed the bill yesterday. If passed, it would require all law enforcement agencies to release all records. That includes writings, medical, toxicology, I should say, and other reports of the shooter. Right now, there's an ongoing battle between that. She would file the bill would also take power away from Chancery Court there. Millions of Americans could lose internet access or face higher prices as early as April. Federal leaders need approval for more funding of the popular federal aid program. The Affordable Connectivity Program gives low-income households a monthly discount on their bills. White House requesting Congress to extend it with $6 billion of funding. The IRS early birds can get a jump start on their federal income taxes starting January 29th. That's when the IRS will start accepting 2023 returns. If you're not an early bird, there's plenty of time. Of course, April 15th is the tax deadline to file. For instance, if you were affected by the storms and tornadoes that began on December 9th in parts of Tennessee, you have until June 17th to file and pay what you owe. American Red Cross has declared an emergency because of critical shortages of blood. It says the number of people donating blood is at its lowest level in 20 years. There's been a 40% drop in the number of people willing to roll up their sleeves. The Red Cross calling on the public and medical professionals to pitch in to help the country's blood supply bounce back. Remember, you can always find blood drives in the Mid-South by going to redcrossblood.org and enter your address. Going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Now let's talk about Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare and some great ideas for those New Year's resolutions. Those New Year's resolutions we hear about all the time. And we're joined now by Laura Schultz with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. And Laura, you know, we hear about money and finances and health and diet and weight loss. When it comes to thinking about New Year's resolutions, what's the best frame of mind we should approach a New Year's resolution to make it more successful?
Absolutely. Good morning. Thanks for having me. I think New Year's resolutions are a great opportunity to look at where we are in our life and maybe where we want to go in the next year. Really, a resolution is just a goal, something that we want to set for ourselves, and that is fun. It keeps us moving in a positive direction versus staying stuck, gives us something to look forward to and work towards, and keeps life interesting. But I think one of the things that we need to do before we set that goal or that resolution for ourselves is figure out the why behind the goal. So often we hear people say, I want to lose weight or I want to stop smoking. And I really encourage folks to pause before they set that goal and ask themselves, what is it that you are hoping your life will look like if you are able to do those things? So close your eyes for a minute, picture yourself 10 pounds lighter or smoke free, and see what it is you'll be able to do that maybe you can't do now. So for example, maybe you want to lose a little bit of weight so you can get more active into that hobby that you used to really enjoy that's just become harder as you've been more sedentary. Or maybe you want to stop smoking so you can keep up with the grandkids a little bit more. Those relationships and that connection to that hobby, that's the why. And identifying that before you actually set the goal, I think can really help us if we have the meaning whenever things start to get kind of hard at keeping up with it. So I think figuring out your why behind your resolution or your goal is key before you get started.
I like that. I like that a lot. And you know, the cynics around there say, well, I don't do New Year's resolutions because by the end of January, I've already, failed and it's not going to work for me and I can't do this. And so figuring out the why perhaps helps them set themselves up for success. What about when it comes to working towards a long-term goal and maybe checking in with themselves from time to time, because there will be setbacks on any kind of challenging goal. There's going to be some obstacles, of course, that's life. What's the best way to go about maybe that long-term goal that you have for maybe this year and beyond?
I think a lot of times we get stuck because the goals that we set for ourselves are just too vague. And you've probably heard that saying, if you don't know what you're aiming for, you absolutely won't hit it. It's true when we start thinking about our goals. So number one, before you even get to the long-term part, I think we've got to think about setting what we call SMART goals. These goals are specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, they're relevant, and they're time-bound. So instead of saying, I want to be healthier, or I want to make healthier choices, or I want to get skinny, those things are so vague. Think about something really specific that can move you step by step in that direction. So for example, we might say, I want to eat 2 servings of vegetables a day for the next month because I want to work on my nutrition. With that really specific goal, we can measure it. We can look back and say we did it or we didn't. We can look at what got in our way. It's attainable. It's something that's not too overwhelming. It's very relevant to our overall goal of adequate nutrition and health, and it's time bound. So it really only lasts a month. I think that's another place where people get hung up. They say, well, in 2024, I'm going to do all these things, but 2024 is a long time, and things come up in our life as we're working towards our goals. There's deaths or there's stressors or things like that that can really throw us off. But if you're able to set more attainable time-bound goals, step by step, those are going to add up and get you to where you want to go. So that's one thing that I think is setting a SMART goal to start and really be helpful at moving you towards those long-term goals.
I like that. Start small and then gradually build from there. Anything else you want to mention when it comes to New Year's resolutions that would be beneficial to our viewers? We have thousands of people watching, as you know, on the Digital Desk.
I think the thing to keep in mind is staying the same is easy, but change is hard. So be patient with yourself. If you get stuck, Go back and look at your goal with a fresh perspective. Make sure the why is still really relevant to you. Maybe things have changed in your life, and that thing that was initially important maybe isn't as important to you anymore, and you need to set a different goal. Or maybe the goal that you initially set for yourself wasn't attainable. If so, set a smaller goal. Maybe try just eating 1 serving of vegetables a day, and then gain some momentum and keep going. You can also ask a friend to cheer you on. That can be really helpful when we have those good, supportive people in our life to say the goal out loud, write it down, communicate, and get that support. And then I think another thing is really we need to stop striving for perfection. If you don't hit it today, it's okay. You can try again tomorrow. And even if you get to your goal a little bit slower or take a detour, those small steps add up. Lastly, I would say don't compare yourself to anybody else. This is your race, your journey, and one of the quickest ways to get thrown off kilter is to stop and look behind or around you at what other people are doing. Just keep going 1 step at a time and take those little steps, and it will get to you where you want to go. And if you get hung up and you need extra support, especially if you're trying to make some goals in your health this year, Healthier 901 is an initiative that Methodist Le Bonheur is operating and spearheading, and it's not just about losing weight, it's about living healthier. And you can join for free that movement. You can create an account at healthier901.com and get all kinds of resources that can help you along that journey towards health. So you're not alone.
Health. I love it. I love it, Laura. Healthier901.com. Yes, absolutely. Dr. Laura Schultz, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Happy New Year to you. We really appreciate the advice. Have a great weekend.
Happy New Year.
How are your New Year's resolutions? You know, the top two typically are health and exercise and money. And usually by mid-February, we've scrapped it long ago. But if you're still with those New Year's resolutions to better your health, well, this next segment is for you because we're talking about gut health and how important it is to your overall body. I'm joined right now by Tara Carr. She is a registered dietitian and a gut health expert. Tara, good morning. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Talk about gut health for us and how it is so important to our overall health.
Of course. So our gut health is so important for our overall health. What many people don't realize is that so much of our health, whether it be inflammation, how you're actually feeling after you eat, maybe even certain diseases, it all ties back to the gut. So it's not so much you are what you eat, but I think about it is what you feed those microbes in your gut that really can impact your health.
How do we know if we have poor gut health?
That's a great question. So maybe if you're eating foods and you don't feel like you're digesting them well, that could be a sign that there's dysbiosis or maybe not so much of a balance in your gut. Some people do experience things like maybe gas, bloating, those not so fun symptoms. And then other people might have things just like generally tired, right? You just feel like something's off. If you do not feel healthy or you just, you're trying everything, but you're not so sure what's going on, I certainly suggest getting to the root cause, and often that comes from the gut health. So taking a look at your microbiome is a great thing to do.
Okay, so, for our viewers right now, they might be thinking in their head, okay, I think I may have a problem here. How do we improve our gut health?
Wonderful question. So I am a dietitian. There are some strategies that you can do through foods that you eat, and maybe foods that you don't want to eat. So there might be some foods that are contributing to poor gut health. Some of the top three, that might be artificial sweeteners. Those are tied to maybe not so much a healthy gut. Alcoholic beverages, unfortunately, as well. And then those ultra processed foods. All three of those, not so much supporting a healthy gut. But the good news is there are great foods for our gut. And so if you can think mostly plant-based foods, those are all really high in fiber. So more fruits, more vegetables, more whole grains. By increasing those on your plate, you're going to up your fiber content, and that's what those healthy microbes in your gut really need to thrive. So that's what I would suggest as a good starting point, at least.
Okay, all right, I got you. I'm following you so far. What about tests out there that maybe someone could take? Because you see a lot of them out there about ways to test your gut health to see where you are.
Of course, so there are actually a few on the market. Just a quick Google search would get you to microbiome tests. It's not the cutest test, actually. You do have to send off a stool sample. People analyze it for you, and they will tell you what's in your gut. So more and more research needs to be done on this, but that is an option. If you are interested, talk with your physician, or you could do some looking online if you really want to see what microbes, good bacteria, probiotics are in your gut. That's one way to do it, of course.
I was just thinking about asking you a question regarding supplements. You just mentioned probiotics. Are there supplements that you can take today that may help your gut health overall?
Yes, so probiotics is an amazing thing that you can do for your health. Of course, as a dietitian, try that food. I think that's important regardless if you're going to take a probiotic or not. But there are some probiotics that are generally, most people want them in their guts. So for whatever reason, we age, right? We travel, we maybe don't eat in the ideal way all the time. Some of those beneficial bacteria, they leave the gut. And unfortunately, some of them aren't found in foods. So the only way to get them back in is through probiotics. One of the newest ones that's got over like 1,000 research studies done recently is called Akkermansia. And that one actually can only be found at Pendulum Therapeutics. So that's a really great gut support probiotic strain that I like to recommend for people to try. It's a long name, but Akkermansia muciniphila. And that's one of the ones that I really suggest for people to think about. Is it in your gut? Do you want to add it to your regimen?
You know, I see a lot of probiotics out there on the market, and there are some that need to be refrigerated. My thought process was if it needs to be refrigerated, it's a good thing because otherwise that bacteria dies, or the good bacteria you want in your gut. Is that right?
Okay, so this can be kind of confusing, and basically you and I, like, think about your thermostat. You have a preferred temperature. It might be different than my preferred temperature, right? So same with these bugs in our gut. Some of them actually do need to be refrigerated because that will help them live longer. And some are actually more stable at room temperature, just depending on how they're manufactured. So my best suggestion is find a company you can trust, and then ask your dietitian, ask your pharmacist, say, do you think this is an appropriate probiotic for me? Do we need to refrigerate this one or not? And of course, if you have a dietitian at your fingertips, we're always happy to be the expert there as well.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about probiotic foods out there, because some people are just like, you know, maybe I should just start eating some foods that have those probiotics, because sometimes you see that on the label.
Right. So probiotic foods, probably the most popular that you probably have in your fridge right now. Yogurt is a very common probiotic food. So there's actually like trillions of different bacterial strains, but that one in yogurt is lactobacillus. So that could be a great way to increase your probiotics through foods. Anything fermented. So I have green olives in my fridge. I love to cook with things that are pickled. Even some cheeses have probiotics in them. So I love, love, love to encourage everybody for your gut health, include those probiotic foods. It can be a great thing to increase that diversity in your gut.
Right, sauerkraut, kombucha, of course I hear all those things for probiotics, that sort of thing. All right, so let's say someone is there and they say, all right, I'm improving it today. I'm going to get the probiotics. I'm going to change how much I eat, what I eat. How long does it take to really improve your gut if you make these changes?
So everybody's different and that's not a fun answer, but it depends on where you're starting out, right? If you're at the state of just, dysbiosis, like your gut is really not in a healthy place, it might take a little bit longer. I suggest for most people, at least 3 months. You really want to get those good probiotics in there and then continue to nurture them. That's just kind of a general amount of time, about 3 months. You might start to see some results. Some people are, of course, sooner, and then some people a little longer, but 3 months on average.
Tara, is there anything else? You've been so informative. We really appreciate this interview. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Of course. So again, just to recap everything we talked about, if you have a funny feeling that something's off, could be your gut. So ways to kind of improve that, it's either going to be through foods or, of course, through supplementing with probiotics. Pendulum Life is a really wonderful company backed by science. We've got some great probiotics there. So definitely go to pendulumlife.com if you're interested in a really great probiotic. And happy new year. Don't forget about your goals. As you mentioned earlier, it's not too late to get back to that healthy eating to improve your health.
So true, Tara. Tara Carr, registered dietitian, gut health expert. We appreciate the knowledge. Thanks so very much.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
All right, I want to bring you this live picture right now. You can see this is from our T-Dot SmartWay camera. This is an accident that is still causing a mess at 9:54 this morning. This started at around 4 o'clock when an 18-wheeler overturned here. This is I-40 East and Watkins. That is an 18-wheeler that's overturned, and it was filled with all kinds of wooden pallets. Our photographer got a close-up view of this earlier this morning. You can see Memphis police officers there. There's the 18-wheeler, and there's its load, which is wooden pallets just scattered all across this area. So as a result, westbound lanes were blocked there at Watkins Street and I-40 due to this truck. It was reported a little bit after 4 o'clock this morning. And here it is. That was a little bit after 4. And here is a shot of this area right now where it is still blocked. But we understand that there is a tow truck. You can see the tow truck there hopefully is helping get this debris cleared up so that traffic can be flowing once again in this area. Again, all westbound lanes there blocked there, Watkins Street and I-40 due to this truck. This camera is at I-40 and US 51. So we're continuing to follow this here on Action News 5. We'll continue to bring you updates throughout the morning. Going to take a short break here. Back in 60 seconds with your forecast.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The cold and the wind still the big players here on this Tuesday, though the rain, for the most part, has come to an end. We'll still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with as we head through the day, but more so, again, the wind still gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. That continues to be a problem all the way through this afternoon and even into this evening, and could still have some sporadic power outages to go along with it as well. Again, some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour, especially the afternoon time frame as the area of low pressure starts to wind up and start heading in our direction. That could yield us a couple of isolated spritz and sprinkles of rain and maybe even a snowflake or two passing across the area as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. With temperatures above freezing, though again tumbling here today, and with the cold winds going to feel even colder, that's not going to cause any problems on any roadway surfaces. So that's good news there as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. Again, the wind's still up there through about midnight, then things will taper off by tomorrow morning. A lot calmer, but still, you're going to notice the wind still blowing through here. We'll start off in the upper 20s and lower 30s with a bit of fog and giving way to sunshine as we head towards the afternoon with highs that will top out close to 50. As we go through the overnight period, we drop down through the middle to upper 30s starting off on Thursday, and then from there towards the upper 50s, maybe tagging 60 in a couple spots. That ain't half bad, but enjoy it while it lasts, because here comes the clouds, here come the rain opportunities. That takes us into very early Friday morning. I think that as we head towards Friday night, Thursday night into Friday, that's when we get the better rain chances to move into the area. Not only that, we'll be watching the track of that low to ultimately determine how things ultimately play out. Now, we got one system pulling away from us here this morning, okay? Next system coming down, this will be your Thursday into Friday system, and the current track would take it right over Memphis. And if that's the case, then it's just a rain and wind event, very similar to what you're seeing here today and yesterday. If it tracks about 50 miles to the north, you might add in a risk for a strong or severe thunderstorm south of I-40. If it goes south by about, say 50 miles, it's just rain, cold rain, moving through the area, but maybe on the backside you might get a brief wintry mix as it exits. Now this system is going to pull away from us, but it leaves behind a big blast of cold air. It opens up the floodgates from Canada, and that is not going anywhere. And guess what? There's another system that could be developing out of the Gulf of Mexico. Some moisture, and yes, the potential for some wintry precipitation could be in play by the end of Sunday, heading into early Monday of next week. It's the cold weather for me, my friends. That's the big story, I think, that's going to be heading into the area. And I'm conservatively forecasting highs of 30 degrees on Monday and 26 on Tuesday. There are a lot more indications that would keep us colder than that, and not to mention with the winds, it will be colder than that. Wind chills likely, especially Monday night into Tuesday, could be down in single-digit territory, below zero even in some instances. So again, we're talking about some big-time cold. This is nothing to sneeze at. This is more of the level of what we saw back Christmas of 2022 as we go through the middle portion of January. You add in the fact that there could be a system somewhere nearby, and temperatures like this, you can make the assumption that there's something that could happen in a wintry vein. And even if we don't have any wintry precipitation falling out of the sky, the cold's going to be bad enough. So really, I think this system that comes through here, even though that when you look at it on the models, it may not look all that impressive, it actually will probably be one of the more impactful ones, because you have to deal with the cold, and then you add in the potential for wintry weather that could be a wintry mix across the area. So a lot to talk about. A lot of that information is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Again, when you look at the 7-day forecast, it's all over the place. So today, falling temperatures from the 40s, again, still tumbling down through the 30s through the afternoon hours. Cloudy skies, mist and drizzle, and windy conditions. Still got the gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Through at least early evening, things will start to taper off as we get past that. Sunshine to return for your Wednesday, a high near 50. That ain't half bad. That's right on average for this time of the year. Upper 50s come Thursday. I think most of the day is going to be fine, okay? I think Thursday we're going to get through it just warm, breezy, comparatively to normal. There might be a couple spots that tag 60. Rain chances to increase Thursday night into Friday. Of course, the wind's coming along with it as well. Middle 50s on Friday, then a falling temperature regime from there. That gets us down to 25. Then only managing a high of 38 comes Saturday. Another 25 early on Sunday. 36 for a high on Sunday. Here's the thing, though. Again, we're not going up, we're going down. If you've got the cold air already locked in place and there's a system that's going to run over that cold air, you're more than likely going to end up with some wintry weather. And I think that may be the case Sunday night into Monday, MLK Day. So again, something we'll be keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, that 30 may actually be pretty conservative. I think we may be colder than that. So there's a lot that could happen over the next couple of days. A lot could change. We want you to stay weather aware, and one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Another way to do that right here on the Action News 5 digital desk and also on actionnews5.com.
It is time for a fun segment. How about knowing more about dating with confidence? I mean, I think we could all probably use some advice when it comes to this topic. So joining me now is love coach and also psychotherapist Hillary Silver. Hillary, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Thank you. How are you?
I am doing really good. I've been looking forward to this interview because I think a lot of people can benefit from this. So I guess the first thing I really want to dive into is how do you just find and attract the right people? Because a lot of times I think people are thinking, why am I a magnet for people that aren't going to treat me right? So what advice do you have?
Well, it always starts with, how can you attract the right person if you don't even know who that is? And I find that a lot of people aren't really clear what it is that they're looking for in a partner. So when they're dating, they are attracting the wrong kinds. And to start recognizing who is the right person for you, you have to actually know yourself really well. And to get really clear, what's important to me in a partner? What do I value? What are the traits and the characteristics in somebody that I have to have? That's where it starts first. And so your values, and I say, what do you admire and require? So what do you admire in somebody? What do you like to be around? And what are your requirements? And those are really criteria that you have to get clear on.
You know, one thing I'm wondering, in this day and age, does it seem like most people are relying on dating apps to meet people? Are you seeing that more and more, obviously?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's a great tool as long as you know how to use it, really. You have to be smart.
What kind of tips do you have for dating apps? Are there any kind of like go-tos that you say this is going to help you out here?
Well, they're all different and they all have a different kind of personality, I would say. But they all do have one thing in common, which is the profile. And I think the profile is really important. A lot of people kind of do this casting a wide net, and they think that that's better. They want to attract as many as possible. And I always tell my clients, you want to be really specific about who you are and what you're looking for, because being narrow is way better. When you appeal to everyone, you end up appealing to no one. So, I mean, you don't want people knocking on your door who aren't a good fit for you. So you might as well just be really narrow and really clear what you're looking for.
That's really good advice, because I think a lot of times when people get on those sites, they do cast a wide net. I'm lucky I actually did meet my boyfriend on a dating app, and it's been really great. But yeah, obviously I want to get back, and National Singles Day is coming up in September, and so we want to get back to those that are still trying to find that person. What do you think is the #1 thing that is causing relationships not to move past maybe the first few dates?
Well, sometimes it's obvious, right? You'll meet somebody and there's just no chemistry, or it's just clearly not a match. So that's kind of obvious. So I won't even really talk about that. What I call the one date wonder is when you go on a first date with somebody and it seems great, you're having fun, it feels like there's a connection. And then you go home and you're like, oh my God, that was the best date ever. And then you never hear from the person again, leaving you wondering what you did wrong or what did you say. That's the one date wonder. And the way I explain this, or maybe the 2-date or the 3-date wonder, is that sometimes it seems on the outside that you're smart and successful and accomplished and all these wonderful things, and you are. But if there's a disconnect between how you really feel about yourself on the inside, you are oozing or leaking an energy that I call lack. It's a lack energy. And this happens with the best and the brightest among all of us, and for all of us. And that is that you go into this date with somebody wanting them to like you, wanting them to pick you, wanting them to approve of you. And that comes from a place of lack, and it'll kill any vibe. And so that's why the majority of the work that I do with my clients in the Ready for Love program is all about that inner work, because how you're presenting yourself, your presence, is so important. It's not really what you're saying, it's how you're saying it and how you're being on these dates. Does that make sense?
No, it totally makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. And so when you're working with people and they've maybe gone on a few dates, are there things that are red flags that maybe you should look for to say, hey, maybe I need to take a step back, like someone maybe just coming on so strong, so fast? I mean, what are the red flags that you usually say, watch out for this?
Well, that's a good one that you just said. When somebody's coming on too strong, too fast, you have to wonder, are they interested in me? Or do they just want someone? Because that doesn't really feel genuine or authentic, right? Red flags, there's so many of them for men and for women. And I just always tell everyone, if it doesn't feel right, it's not right. And it doesn't matter if there's evidence or anything like that. If it doesn't feel right, it just doesn't feel right. And you just have to trust your intuition.
Trust your gut. It usually does not lie to you. I know that there's one that I think this topic's going to be interesting, but maybe 3 blind spots where you could be sabotaging your chance at love. What are those? Because people probably have no idea about this, obviously.
Yeah, I love talking about blind spots. And a blind spot obviously is when you can't see something that's a barrier or an obstacle or a problem, so you can't avoid it and you probably keep doing it. And they are really the most counterintuitive, because the first one that I always talk about is fear of intimacy. We want love, we want connection, we want closeness more than anything, but intimacy is really scary, letting someone in to your inner world and to see who you really are. And we put ourselves at risk. Being vulnerable means that we are opening ourselves up to being hurt. And so a fear of rejection, a fear of abandonment, being judged, making a mistake, betrayal, all of that. So a fear of intimacy is there for all of us, because we've all been hurt along the way in our lives. And so to open ourselves up and to really let someone in is really, really challenging and scary. And it's a blind spot because people don't realize that it's there. So there's a lot of sabotage that can happen because of that. And then my other favorite blind spot that I love to talk about is a mindset block. Think about it, like an athlete doesn't sign up for the Olympics thinking of all the reasons why they won't win. And so many people are dating thinking things like all the good guys are taken, or women only want me for my money, or, things like that. There's so many of them. And the truth is you get what you expect. And so when you're focusing on what you don't want, or you're thinking these things that are negative that are going to happen to you, that is what will happen. So it's just really important to focus on what it is that you want and recognize any of these like negative beliefs or cynicism that you might have based on past experiences and fear.
I've heard one just where people go in and they're just like, man, I was surprised that you even wanted to go on a date with me. And in a sense, that's almost kind of one of these sabotages where you're going in already putting the ball in their court that maybe they're getting the short end of the deal. I mean, do you agree with me on that?
Oh, yeah, that's not sexy. Who wants to go out with somebody who doesn't have confidence in themselves or doesn't feel deserving or worthy of being picked, so to speak? So it's really important to know your worth, know your value, feel good about that, and expect the best. Knowing that your person is out there and focusing on that and that alone, you will attract them wherever you go.
So everybody wants to make that connection. They want to find their person. What are some dating ideas to maybe help build a strong connection?
Well, so I love telling my clients to go on dates that are active because it's so much more fun and enjoyable and authentic, actually, to do things together where you're showing who you are rather than just telling who you are. My first date with my husband was rock climbing, and I wouldn't tell everybody to do that because you're out in the woods and you don't know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing when you're rock climbing, that can be dangerous. But things like going to a concert where you're just having fun and you're not being forced to just talk. You want to see if you have companionship, if you're playful with each other, and can you be friends? And while you're doing those things like going for a walk or, I don't know, karaoke, if you're so bold to do something like that, there's a lot of playfulness and a lot of flirting that can happen in that. It's less intense. It's just more fun and enjoyable. So dates that are all about showing, not telling, and being active, I think, are really good dates.
I think that's good advice because a lot of times people are just like, I just don't know, and what's gonna be the best thing and that sort of thing. But is there anything else that you want to hit on that maybe we missed? Maybe it's the biggest mistakes people make, or anything that you feel like we didn't cover that you want to hit on before we let you go?
I think that you did a great job asking really important questions, and I think it's just really important that we all take responsibility for being the common denominator in our relationships in our past, and to really look in the mirror, because what we're experiencing in our relationships is a mirror for what's going on inside of us. And a lot of people don't think about it that way, but we're all the common denominator. So it's really important to have a look at how am I creating this? If it's not working the way I want it to, what am I doing? How am I creating this? And always, be willing to look in the mirror. And if it means that you need a coach or a mentor of some kind, get it, because my clients, we have a 92% success rate with my program, because that is a huge piece of what we're doing, is helping people see how they're creating what it is that they don't want instead of creating what they do want. And it's just those blind spots that get in the way.
That is awesome. Well, Hillary, I've had so much fun with this conversation. I've enjoyed it, and you have a great morning, all right?
Thanks, Amanda. I appreciate it.
during the beginning of the year, we talk about different festivals that we need to make sure we have in our calendar coming up that following year. And the person to join us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk to make sure we got the festivals earmarked for 2024 is Jennifer Chandler, joining us once again on the digital desk. Happy New Year to you, Jennifer. How was your break?
It was great. Happy New Year to you as well. It was nice to be with family and friends and take a few days off here and there. And now it's time to get ready for 2024. It's all in full gear starting today.
I know. I've been working since Monday. It's all good. We are ready to go. And those festivals that we love in the Mid-South and in Memphis, they're just so enjoyable. And I understand that is one of the topics you got today, right? Or the topic.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is amazing how many cool things that we have going on all the time in Memphis, just in regular, but then also festival-wise. And, you know, one of the things that I was going to point out is I have a list that will be up on the Commercial Appeals website tomorrow on Tuesday. What's tomorrow? I can't even think of my day. Thursday. And it is of 22 food and drink festivals that need to be in your calendar. Those are just food and drink festivals. There's so many other things that are cool that go on in town, but we are a foodie city. So, of course, we have plenty of food-related festivals to attend to. So I'm going to start with my list with one that is coming up next week. The Museum of Science and History, which I still call the Pink Palace, has really great events that they do every year. And, you know, it's one of those things, they need to be on your calendar if you've never been to them. The planners over there they go all out. And they have two really cool events. One that happens in January and one that happens usually in September that need to be on your calendar. And of course, since it's a museum of science, the title of these are, the first one is The Science of Beer, and it is scheduled for January 12th. And you will go in and you will get to taste beer. There will be good food, but then you also learn as you go around, you can learn about the science behind making beer, and it's always very cool. So it's a fun educational event that I always love to go to. And it's also, what's nice about it, it's casual, so you can go in blue jeans and a sweater and have fun with your friends. It's a really great thing to attend. They also have a Science of Wine Festival event that happens in September usually. That date is yet to be announced. But again, just like the Science of Beer, not only do you get to taste your favorite libation, whether it's beer or wine, depending on which event, but you get great food and you get to learn the science behind your favorite beverage. So those are really, really cool events that are affordable and casual that need to be on your calendar. And plus, they support the mission of the museum. So they're fundraisers for the museum. So not only are you having a good time, but you're supporting a good cause. Moving on about supporting good causes, these next two events I'm going to talk about are fine dining festivals like none other. And neither one of these happen every year, and they're both happening in 2024. So the first one is Le Bon Appetit. So this is a fundraiser that is done for Le Bonheur and Children's Hospital. Kelly English helped start it and found it. Gosh, I forget what number year this is, but it's been happening. It's happened several times. This year, it's going to be at the Kent, which is a venue downtown, on June 8th. And it's a really cool event because Kelly English invites his friends in the restaurant community from around the country. We have Memphis chefs involved, but we also have people that come in town for this event. And it's really cool because the chefs get to go and they get to tour the hospital. They have a thing that they do with patients that is almost like a cook-off contest. Think about Chopped kind of scenario going on that they do with the kids. So they really get involved and they really showcase what a world-class hospital that we have in Le Bonheur here in Memphis, and how lucky we are to have it. So it's a really, really cool event. New this year is it's usually just been the tasting event that they do, but they've added another component to it this year called Late Night. And so that will be another set of chefs, and it will have cocktails, and it'll make the party keep going throughout the evening. So definitely put June 8th on your calendar if it is not already. So moving to the next fine dining event that we are really lucky to have in town, it's the Memphis Food and Wine Festival. And this year it's set for October 19th. And this event is held at the Botanic Gardens and the Radiance Amphitheater. That's where they have Live at the Garden. And it's in that beautiful, kind of grassy grove area. It is a world-class event like no other. The organizers, Wally Joe of Acre and Jose Gutierrez of River Oaks, they have been the kind of the spearheaded chefs, the chefs that are spearheading this event that's happened several times. And they bring chefs from around not only the country, but the world that come in, and you just have this fabulous tasting event. And if you love wine, this is an event you really need to go to, because they have a huge collection of vintners that come from around the country, and they're not just serving one wine. Most of them are serving anywhere from like 6 to 10 wines from their portfolio. You can look at these pictures and you can see, I mean, the food is absolutely amazing. It is like eating at a 5-star restaurant outdoors. They have music that is really Memphis centric. It's just a really cool event that is helping put Memphis on the culinary map as a destination, not just for barbecue and our soul food, but for fine dining. It's a really, really cool event to attend. And they've somehow lucked out every year and had perfect weather. So hopefully this year, it's always the same weekend. It's just a gorgeous night to be outside under the stars, enjoying fine wine and this great food. So I'm going to switch back to a casual event that is happening in June called Craft Food and Wine Festival. And Christina McCarter, who had city tasting tours and now has Feast and Graze, which is a charcuterie board shop, she started this festival a number of years ago. I feel like it's in its 5th year, maybe. And it happens downtown. It happens in the Columns, which is in that old One Commerce Square building that's been there forever. I think it was the original, the NBC Bank building for longtime Memphians. And it's in that lobby. It's a really beautiful event venue. And this event is casual. And what it's really great about it is it showcases Memphis food artisans. So you can go and you can meet the people that are making the jams and jellies, the charcuterie, the cheeses, the ice creams, the dips, all the things that you love, that you buy at the grocery store that are Memphis made originals. The people that make these things are at this event, and it's really great. You can taste things. It's also a shopping experience. There is wine, there is beer, there is music. It's just a lot of fun. And it's a casual event that you can go to. And again, it's on June 23rd. One of my favorite events, because you really get to know people, the way it's set up. You get to know the people behind your favorite foods. And next on my list, I'm going to be talking about dining weeks. So Memphis now not has one, not two, but the Memphis area has 3 dining weeks that are coming up this year in 2024 that really should be on your calendar, because they're great. A dining week is a great opportunity to revisit some of your old favorite restaurants, but also try something new, with usually getting a special and a deal somehow. So the first one is a new one that is coming up this month in January, is the DeSoto County Dining Week, and it will be on January 21st through 27th. I'm still trying to get all the details. I'll have a story on it coming out soon, but it will be the first annual DeSoto County Dining Week. And it's one of those things, if you live in the city of Memphis and you don't go into DeSoto County in Mississippi very often, you are selling yourself a little short. This whole area is booming and so many restaurants are opening down there. and really great food. It used to be when you thought about, South Haven and Hernando and Olive Branch, you kind of thought about chain restaurants, but now there are so many locally owned establishments there that are so good. You can see you're scrolling down this list about how many different places that you could go and check out. So I'm really excited about this dining week. The next one that needs to be on your calendar is the Black Restaurant Week. And that is on March 17th through 23rd. And this is an annual event that happens, and it really highlights the Black-owned restaurants here in Memphis. And there are so many, and they're doing so many things. There's, it ranges from, soul food and barbecue to fine dining to there's just a lot going on by our Black restaurant community here that is worth checking out. And it's fun to see this week highlighted. Memphian Cynthia Daniels plans this one. And as I said, it's been going on for years. And it's really, really a great opportunity to highlight a different segment of restaurants that you may or may not have tried out before. And the last one on my list is Downtown Dining Week. And that is, the date has not been set yet, but it is the first week in November. And again, like the others, a great time to go try something new, a great time to try something, revisit something old. With that one, they usually do a special that's related to the year. So there will probably be some multi-course dinners that are available, menus that are available for $20.24. So they kind of do some different things about that, but that's kind of the general rule of thumb for Downtown Dining Week. But as I mentioned, I have 22 different things listed in this story that'll be coming up on memphisnews.com, commercialappeal.com. It's at Memphis News on social media. And so many things to do. And I can't remiss without mentioning that this year, not only do we have one, but we have 2 barbecue festivals. So mid-May, it's going to be an interesting time that you can be going between Midtown and Downtown and deciding which one you like better. It's going to be a very interesting thing. Maybe we can look at it as we get the best of both worlds. We get our World Championship Barbecue Contest that we've known for years and loved, which is moving to Liberty Park. But we also get to have the experience of being downtown at Tomley Park at the new yet to be named festival.
Every time we talk festivals, Jennifer, I just realize that I don't go out enough. I need to go more to these festivals. I've been to the Science of Beer, and I would recommend everyone get a designated driver for that. But it's always so fun and so festive and so enjoyable. The Downtown Dining Week, Black Restaurants Week, certainly been a part of that. But all these other ones, you got 22, and you probably could have done more than that. It is it's so wonderful to go to these festivals all across, isn't it?
And I have one I need to mention that I know that you're involved in is Memphis Greek Festival has always been in May, and it's in September this year. They moved the date. So know it's coming when you don't see it's happening this year. So we don't see it's happening in May this year. It is coming, but in the fall.
Perfect. I love that. Appreciate you saying that. And wow, I can't wait to read that article. Commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer Chandler, as always, thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Good morning, everyone. Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, 10:31, 41 degrees as we look live from our Midtown High Five camera. Lots of clouds out there. We'll be talking more about the forecast coming up in just a little bit, but I'm sure, Grizz Nation, you've heard the news about Ja Morant being out for the season because of a shoulder injury. Let's get reaction from the radio voice of your Memphis Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. He is live from Dallas, and I gotta thank you very much. Now I'm wearing a microphone, and so Eric will be able to hear me much clearer now. It's amazing how that works. Eric, good morning. First, your thoughts about this news that happened about 12, 18 hours ago. I mean, it was a surprise to many in Grizz Nation. But, you know, we saw the shoulder in a sling or the arm in a sling a couple days ago at the Phoenix game. Tell me what your reaction was when you found out about it from your perspective.
I thought it was a joke at first. I thought I was at dinner with our television sideline reporter, Rob Fisher, and we were at a nice establishment with some friends. I was kind of on the other side of the room, and he yelled across the room that Ja's out for the season. And I said, not funny, not even remotely funny. And he said, it's not a joke. Check your phone. And I went and saw the notice, and it was tough because he's worked very hard to get back to doing what he loves to do. Obviously, the mistakes he made were his own, and he owned those. And you were seeing what this team was capable of, especially after a big win in Los Angeles with him in the lineup. Then an even bigger win, I thought, in Phoenix with him out of the lineup. And as far as we knew, it was just a sore shoulder. But, with all the people wondering, how does that happen? And the team always says, oh, it's this soreness, it's that soreness. MRIs aren't just available on every street corner. You got to find the right place. You got to find the right doctors. You got to find, availability for that matter. So when they finally did get the checkup, the news revealed what we found out, that he has a torn labrum, which I've never experienced in basketball. I know baseball players that have had it. I know golfers that have had it, and it's not fun. It's painful. And so, it's a surgery that will keep him on the shelf for the rest of the season, and hopefully just good as new when we start 2024, 2025.
Do we know when this surgery happened? Was it in practice? Was it during the game, the Lakers game?
The injury, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry, injury.
That's okay, because I don't want to say that he's had the surgery yet without it happening. I was told it was injured in practice, I believe. In between the Lakers and Phoenix game. But, I don't know. I don't want to state that. That's what the statement that the team release said. So it did not look like anything happened to me in the Lakers game. But again, with something like this, you may not know it. And, when your adrenaline's flowing, you're in a tight basketball game, you play through some pain. So who knows exactly when it happened. But it was sore. I was told the day of the game, Sunday in Phoenix, that he was going to try to give it a go, that he was going to go through his pregame routine, and then he did not. He did not come out for his pregame routine. That's when the concern went up. He was ruled out, and then came out in a sling, and I was like, oh, that's not good. I didn't think it was season ending, but certainly you feel like if your arm's in a sling and it hurts that badly, you're probably done for at least a week or two. And like I said, Andrew, it's just a time where you're starting to get the ball rolling. Yes, they did not play well against the Toronto Raptors, and a lot of people were down about that. I kind of chalked that loss up to the fact that they had played a ton of basketball all over the country in a very short amount of time. This was a trip where you were going to get tested. You were going to get into a good groove of playing every other day, come home after tonight's ball game, get a couple days off your feet, and then go back to another 3-game and 4-night set. So that Raptors game was at the tail end of a 6-game and 9-day stretch with a lot of travel. And then you also threw in the stretch before the holidays, and they just kind of ran out of gas. They had a bad night. But this trip was going to be the litmus test of where you were and were you capable of potentially gradually getting yourself back into the mix for the play-in tournament. And the answer, I think, was yes. You just beat the Lakers on their home floor. You just beat the Suns on their home floor without Ja Morant. And now you're going to have to play the rest of the season without Ja, and that's a big loss. There's no question.
You know, with this kind of season-ending injury, a lot of questions, I'm sure, if not already, they're going to be brought up, Eric, and you see this. People are going to say and second-guess everything from, well, did he come back too soon? Maybe the staff should have done something to safeguard against this kind of injury. Is there something that could have happened or should have happened that could have prevented this injury? What do you say to those kind of things that maybe people are starting to ask?
Stop the conspiracy theory and put your brain at ease, because you're overthinking it. There's nothing that could be done to prevent this, from what I understand. You know, these things happen in baseball. It's a throw that your muscle tears. You know, can you prevent a torn ACL? No, you don't know when it's coming. Now, if you have like let's say with a knee, you have a sprained knee, you might know that there's some danger there, or a strained Achilles. We've seen guys try to play through that and then the Achilles ruptures. That's when you know. But I don't think that there was any signs of this, and I don't think he came back too soon. I don't think there was anything like that. I mean, he wasn't out for an injury. He was out because of a mandated league 25-game suspension. So he came back. He had a game where he missed, and he was trying to play every game he possibly could, because he knew that with him on the roster and on the floor, they're a better basketball team. There's just no two ways about it. And he's a competitor. So I don't think anything could have been done necessarily. And again, I'm not a doctor, so I don't want to speak in ironclad terms, but to my knowledge, and I had a very good friend of mine who was a PGA Tour golfer who suffered the same injury. He never saw it coming either. He just felt a twinge in his shoulder one day, and they revealed there was a torn labrum, and when it's torn, you have to have it repaired, and the surgery and recovery takes time.
You're there with the team throughout the season. Have you talked to Ja? Have you talked to the team? How are they feeling?
Not since the injury, no. Everybody felt great. This is why this is such a weird, it was such a weird story. We stayed over in Phoenix after the game. Everybody was in great spirits. The team on nights like that will occasionally go to dinner as a group. They did that. We did not go. We went and did our own thing. And the flight to Dallas, everybody was feeling fine. Like, nobody seemed upset. And then the news broke, about 2-3 hours after we landed. So whether that information was known while we were in the air, I don't know. I don't know if they got it when we got to Dallas. I don't know what was disclosed to people at what time, but I didn't sense anything when we were on the team plane from Phoenix to Dallas, which is about an hour and 45 minutes, other than we hit some winds in Dallas and everybody was kind of grabbing for their seatbelts and their armchairs. That was the only dust up on the flight, was a little bumpy weather coming in, but other than that, everybody seemed to be good.
Do you foresee maybe the front office going for any kind of staff changes, roster changes, maybe bringing in someone?
I don't think there'll be staff changes. I mean, you can't hold a coaching staff or medical staff responsible for something that's just part of the body. So I think that would be crazy. This staff has done a tremendous job since they've taken over. This has no doubt been the most difficult year that they've had to endure, with injuries and the suspension and now another injury. And, you take 3 of the top 8 or 9 rotation guys, and I would put Brandon Clarke in the top 7, actually. You take 3 of your top 7 from last year off of the mix. You replaced your best defender with another really good defender, Marcus Smart, but you also lost your top backup point guard. That's a tall order for anybody. So anybody that thinks that the coaching staff needs to go is crazy. There needs to be some improvements. There's no doubt. They understand that. And they do have some new staff members that they're, getting comfortable, and we're seeing what this team is capable of when they're as healthy as they could be. And now they're not again, but when you have your playmaker out, your offense is going to suffer. That's why the numbers are where they are. As far as going and getting someone, I would not be surprised if they petition the league now that you have 2 players, possibly 3, if they do deem that Brandon Clarke cannot come back, which, again, we'll see. That's up to the medical staff, people far smarter than me. But if you have 2 players and even a third that's out for the season, you can petition them for an extra roster spot. You can say, Usually we're allowed 15 regular roster rotation players, 3 two-way players. They'll give you a roster exemption because of injury. The league's not out to have a team just not be able to field a competitive group. And if you need more depth because you have guys hurt, they'll give you that depth, because two-way guys can only play a certain amount of games before they are no longer eligible. So we'll see how that works. We'll see what they do. I would not be surprised to see that. But listen, when we're talking about guys that aren't on rosters, generally they're not on rosters for various reasons. It's not because they're great players and nobody wants them. It's probably they're at the tail end of their career, or they're an unproven young guy. So what do you want to go after? Are you going to try to go after somebody that you can work into your mix long term, or are you just using a rental? Or do you want to try to make some trades and see what happens there? But that's now going to fall in the lap of Zach Kleiman and Tayshaun Prince in the front office, and that's what they get paid for. And it's not always rainbows and happy times in front offices and NBAs. And this front office has had a really good run of good fortune and health and winning basketball teams. And this year they're getting the things that happen to everybody at some point or another, where injuries and adversity kind of challenge the group. And I think they're handling it as best they can. And we'll see what they come up with in the next couple of weeks to see if they can help give a little depth to the roster with this news that came out yesterday.
Yeah, the Grizz Nation certainly got a punch to the gut, the solar plexus. If you had to say something to Grizz Nation this morning, and you wanted to offer anything positive, because not only was it a shock, but it is certainly devastating news, what can Grizz Nation hold on to? Where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, you hang in. You're halfway to the finish line, and obviously this isn't news that anybody wanted to see, because like we talked about, the offensive numbers are towards the bottom of the league, or at the bottom of the league in a lot of categories. And a lot of that is due to you didn't have your playmaking guard. Other guys will have to step up. You're at least healthy with Marcus Smart and Luke Kennard back now. And as long as you can stay healthy, I mean, the group that took the floor beat a good Phoenix team at home. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. Don't think that this is, a cursed situation, and just hang in. Injuries happen. They happen to everybody. It happened to the team a few years ago. They had just built up enough cushion where they kind of held on and made the playoffs. But by the time they got to the playoffs, they weren't going to beat San Antonio that year. They had a roster full of guys that weren't in the NBA at the start of the season because they had so many injuries. And that was the year Marc Gasol got hurt, Mike Conley got hurt, Mario Chalmers got hurt. Everybody got hurt. I mean, our plane, we joked every time we got on the flight for a road trip that year, we handed out those little stickers that say, "Hello, my name is," because there were new faces everywhere. So, it's a group that has some really talented players. Desmond Bane is playing at an all-star level. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been sensational the last 2 games. Marcus Smart is getting his groove going after really kind of hitting a shooting slump. The last 2 ball games, he's been terrific. So, just hang in, and this is now more than ever, your fandom's tested, and now more than ever is when your favorite team, if that's the Grizzlies, needs your support. They need to know that people are going to stick with them, and you may not think it makes a difference, but it does. Trust me, we're around these guys on a daily basis. It's why there is a thing called home court advantage. So hopefully people will just hang in, and it's not a one-man team. It certainly makes things very difficult, but this team won't quit. They won't let go of the rope. They're a resilient group.
Eric Hasseltine, radio announcer of the Memphis Grizzlies. We appreciate your in-depth insight analysis. Good luck tonight in Dallas, and keep us posted, man.
You got it, brother. Thanks, man.
Okay, take care of yourself. All right, that was Eric Hasseltine from the Memphis Grizzlies. We're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds with your forecast.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The cold and the wind still the big players here on this Tuesday, though the rain, for the most part, has come to an end. We'll still have some spritz and sprinkles to contend with as we head through the day, but more so, again, the wind still gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. That continues to be a problem all the way through this afternoon and even into this evening, and could still have some sporadic power outages to go along with it as well. Again, some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour, especially the afternoon time frame as the area of low pressure starts to wind up and start heading in our direction. That could yield us a couple of isolated spritz and sprinkles of rain and maybe even a snowflake or two passing across the area as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. With temperatures above freezing, though again tumbling here today, and with the cold winds going to feel even colder, that's not going to cause any problems on any roadway surfaces. So that's good news there as we head towards the afternoon and early evening hours. Again, the wind's still up there through about midnight, then things will taper off by tomorrow morning. A lot calmer, but still, you're going to notice the wind still blowing through here. We'll start off in the upper 20s and lower 30s with a bit of fog and giving way to sunshine as we head towards the afternoon with highs that will top out close to 50. As we go through the overnight period, we drop down through the middle to upper 30s starting off on Thursday, and then from there towards the upper 50s, maybe tagging 60 in a couple spots. That ain't half bad, but enjoy it while it lasts, because here comes the clouds, here come the rain opportunities. That takes us into very early Friday morning. I think that as we head towards Friday night, Thursday night into Friday, that's when we get the better rain chances to move into the area. Not only that, we'll be watching the track of that low to ultimately determine how things ultimately play out. Now, we got one system pulling away from us here this morning, okay? Next system coming down, this will be your Thursday into Friday system, and the current track would take it right over Memphis. And if that's the case, then it's just a rain and wind event, very similar to what you're seeing here today and yesterday. If it tracks about 50 miles to the north, you might add in a risk for a strong or severe thunderstorm south of I-40. If it goes south by about, say 50 miles, it's just rain, cold rain, moving through the area, but maybe on the backside you might get a brief wintry mix as it exits. Now this system is going to pull away from us, but it leaves behind a big blast of cold air. It opens up the floodgates from Canada, and that is not going anywhere. And guess what? There's another system that could be developing out of the Gulf of Mexico. Some moisture, and yes, the potential for some wintry precipitation could be in play by the end of Sunday, heading into early Monday of next week. It's the cold weather for me, my friends. That's the big story, I think, that's going to be heading into the area. And I'm conservatively forecasting highs of 30 degrees on Monday and 26 on Tuesday. There are a lot more indications that would keep us colder than that, and not to mention with the winds, it will be colder than that. Wind chills likely, especially Monday night into Tuesday, could be down in single-digit territory, below zero even in some instances. So again, we're talking about some big-time cold. This is nothing to sneeze at. This is more of the level of what we saw back Christmas of 2022 as we go through the middle portion of January. You add in the fact that there could be a system somewhere nearby, and temperatures like this, you can make the assumption that there's something that could happen in a wintry vein. And even if we don't have any wintry precipitation falling out of the sky, the cold's going to be bad enough. So really, I think this system that comes through here, even though that when you look at it on the models, it may not look all that impressive, it actually will probably be one of the more impactful ones, because you have to deal with the cold, and then you add in the potential for wintry weather. That could be a wintry mix across the area. So a lot to talk about. A lot of that information is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Again, when you look at the 7-day forecast, it's all over the place. So today, falling temperatures from the 40s, again, still tumbling down through the 30s through the afternoon hours. Cloudy skies, mist and drizzle, and windy conditions. Still got the gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Through at least early evening, things will start to taper off as we get past that. Sunshine to return for your Wednesday, a high near 50. That ain't half bad. That's right on average for this time of the year. Upper 50s come Thursday. I think most of the day is going to be fine, okay? I think Thursday we're going to get through it just warm, breezy, comparatively to normal. There might be a couple spots that tag 60. Rain chances to increase Thursday night into Friday. Of course, the wind's coming along with it as well. Middle 50s on Friday, then a falling temperature regime from there. That gets us down to 25. Then only managing a high of 38 comes Saturday. Another 25 early on Sunday. 36 for a high on Sunday. Here's the thing, though. Again, we're not going up, we're going down. If you've got the cold air already locked in place and there's a system that's going to run over that cold air, you're more than likely going to end up with some wintry weather. And I think that may be the case Sunday night into Monday, MLK Day. So again, something we'll be keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, that 30 may actually be pretty conservative. I think we may be colder than that. So there's a lot that could happen over the next couple of days. A lot could change. We want you to stay weather aware, and one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Another way to do that right here on the Action News 5 digital desk and also on actionnews5.com.
All right, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, we are looking at the Midtown High Five camera that you can see here from our Midtown studios and overlooking downtown Memphis there off in the distance. It is certainly a cloudy and gloomy day. We're not going to get that much warmer here, but here's the thing. The next couple of days are going to be pretty decent before it gets much colder across Memphis and the Mid-South. It is certainly an issue we are following at this hour. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, approximately 1 in 4 dogs, that's 25% of them, will develop a tumor at some stage in their life. Now, here to talk to us about the first of its kind National Canine Cancer Registry is Dr. Susan Ettinger, a veterinary cancer specialist, and Lisa Conte. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. So let's hear about the first Gallup survey and how this all works.
Yeah, so the Gallup poll was a survey of over 6,000 people, and about 67% of them were dog owners. So much information was collected. One of the interesting findings, we're looking at the prevalence and incidence of dog cancer. And the prevalence in 2021 for dogs was about 3.4%, which is less than 5% in people. What's so interesting and scary was the incidence. So newly diagnosed cancer cases in dogs was 2.8%, which is 5 times what we're seeing in people, which is 0.57%. So we really need this registry so we can understand why we're seeing so much cancer in dogs. We do know that it's unfortunately the #1 reason that dogs will die.
So the registry is a long-term commitment. And it's all about information, about data, about facts. So we can have a better opportunity to assess the risk of cancer in our dogs, which we're hearing is the #1 killer in dogs. And also, so we have the best opportunity for early diagnosis, prevention and treatment options, and overall to provide the best care and comfort to our doggy friends.
So the registry is a retrospective. It started with a review of over 35,000 medical records, and we're reviewing that information for cancer diagnosis, looking at information like the breed of the dog, gender, location, so where do they live, and then all that is entered into a secure database. It's de-identified, so it's all anonymous. And then we're going to continue to collect information, and that's where we need help of the veterinary community. So veterinary clinics can upload information. And if you're a pet owner with a dog that's been diagnosed with cancer, you can also upload your pet's information. And again, everything will be anonymous and it's all free.
So we're launching the registry today. So the response that we have from the Gallup survey, 80% of the respondents want a registry. They understand how important this is to be able to take the best care of their dogs, take the best care of their whole family. Dogs that When a pet owner gets the diagnosis of cancer in their dogs, about 70% of the time they go into depression. And you think of these dogs are so important for our emotional health, and it sort of reverses that role. So it's takechargeregistry.com. That's where this information can be uploaded. This is the first of its kind in the United States. Registries exist in Europe. So this is a long-term commitment, and we're going to continue to upload data and continue to look at the progress that we're making in treating cancer in dogs, hopefully part of the benefit of having this registry.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Action News 5 Midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter and Spencer Denton. And then join us once again for the Action News 5 Digital Desk bright and early tomorrow morning, beginning at 7 o'clock. We'll see you then.
It is the single highest. 4 years ago, I called for a pay. It is the single. It is the single highest honor of my professional life to serve as the governor of the great state of Mississippi. And it brings me tremendous. 4 years ago, I called for a pay raise for our teachers. Together, we secured the largest pay raise in state history. 4 years ago, I said we would travel the world to bring more great companies. 4 years ago, my gratitude.
Lucky to be here right now.
Yeah, we didn't know if you were going to make it.
Neither did I. But I got my eyelashes on and I got my lipstick on, and I haven't looked at it very much for 4 o'clock. I've looked at the lead story for the both half hours, and that's about it.
As long as we got you here, then you can make it.
I don't know. It's not fun reading. It's not fun cold reading.
No, I don't imagine it is. What's up? This actually looks like a real investigation video.
What is it about?
Something about a prison.
Oh. Imagine that.
Oh, that's interesting. The prisoners are using like a PlayStation card hack into the prison's computer system.
That's hilarious. God, I need my. Shoot, I hate not having my IFB. I'm all geared up now. It's in my bag in the studio. Oh well.
You have 9 minutes. I wonder if I should blur the faces. I can blur the faces. You won't blur the faces.
Hold on, I have a question, sir. Did STD blur the faces? But in the report, it did say 15 to 17, all three. I don't know. I don't know. Just asking. And the guy at juvenile court said that we could publish, but I know the other two, I don't know about, but I don't know. That's not a new.
Huh?
If I say file it up to
I might just go over there and look, see if I can turn it down myself, because yesterday it was so hot we were sweating, and then until about 4:45, and then it seemed like the heat turned off. It's like, well, at least the last 15 minutes are cool. Because usually the studio is freezing. Yeah. How many inches do they have? You know, by any chance? I guess I could do that too.
We're gonna start with we got a bump shot from Iowa City. It's a whole bunch of snow.
How do we get that shot?
NBC.
Oh wow.
I can show you how to do that.
Okay.
If you don't, you never use like Iowa. No? It's pretty simple.
That's cool.
That's how I got like the Rockefeller Center one.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Is
that
it
just
okay if I
happened to be
use this today, Kim?
Yeah, go ahead. See how much snow has fallen Monday. It was Monday.
So that's an
As of Tuesday afternoon, 8 to 11 and a half inches. Oh wait, 12 inches there. 4 to 12 inches so far.
I heard Ron say something about how it snowed in Arkansas. Am I right?
Yeah, they got anywhere from 4 to 12 inches. I don't know where was Iowa? Wait, Iowa City.
Oh yeah, probably the Friday. It's not a Park Street.
Where's Iowa City?
They turned me away on the bus.
Well, I still have every city that has Iowa Falls. They don't have Iowa City listed.
So the one I found is from 10 a.m. As of 10 a.m. they had 4.2 inches, but it's probably a lot more now.
So we're gonna start with that shot.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And we can just lead into weather from there.
Okay.
And Joe wanted to use, we're only going to use 2 of Joe's. So he wanted to use this 3 first.
Is this a live shot or video? I'm sorry.
It's a live shot.
Okay.
This 3.
Yeah, I put them
these
in
3?
order. So we use this one and this one. No, I got rid of this other one.
Is that a campus?
So we're only doing 2.
Yeah. So this one and this one.
Is this a campus of some sort? Because it looks like a campus.
I don't know. The only thing I saw was Iowa City. Is there a school there?
I'm Googling.
Dokey kids.
So, after this, when they introduce themselves, should I cut to them or should I cut straight?
Yeah, cut back to them.
Okay.
Trying to figure out how much snow Iowa City, Iowa got, and is this a campus?
Go to where can we go? Go to Iowa City. Iowa City, is that near Des Moines?
I don't know. The University of Iowa. Would make sense.
Is that what we're looking at?
It sure does look like it. Yep.
So
University of Iowa. That looks like those buildings.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Okay. We're starting off with a bump shot of that. And I've heard rumors of that SNOW word coming this way.
And there's a little bit in the area today, right now.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and say there have been a few snowflakes flying around here today.
Okay. In Memphis?
Yeah, we had some in Arlington.
Oh, wow.
Or not in Memphis proper, but in the city of Arlington.
Yeah, in our area.
Yeah.
That is the lovely campus of the University of Iowa. It doesn't look like anybody's out in it, which is interesting.
They're probably so used to it, they're like, I'm not interested.
I think this is their first big snowfall of the year. Well, there's one person out by a tree. I think that's a person. They're not moving, though. Oh, no. Yeah, there you go. They're walking off now. A dead guy. Frozen. Yeah, it was like a person. They just walked off.
I turned on notifications
So-
for iDrive Arkansas, and that was a mistake.
They've slipped us a bunch of.
They'd be very active.
Noticed, yeah.
Heavy snow. Thank you.
Thank you. My ear is no longer good.
Yeah, I gotta turn that
Be
down.
way up.
Can you talk again just so I can monitor my sound? Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Not my ear. Okay, Iowa. How much snowfall? Iowa City, Iowa. Iowa. They're under a winter storm warning.
Oh God, half the nation's midsection is.
I can't see Iowa City. I know they've got anywhere from 4 to 12 inches. So I don't know what Iowa City, Iowa itself got.
Enough to cover the ground.
There's somebody walking. There goes is that a little snow pile? No. Yeah, it is. Or is it?
Mm.
30.
Taking action for you. This is Action News 5 Now.
We appreciate you joining us here for Action News 5 Now. You are looking at a live picture from the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa, where a winter storm warning is in effect. I don't know exactly how much snow has fallen in Iowa City, Iowa, but I was looking at the totals throughout the state. Anywhere from 4 to 12 inches have fallen so far, and more is expected.
It's safe to say enough to cover the ground, right?
I would definitely. The ground, the trees, the roof.
Why are you showing us that? No!
Because we got a few snowflakes of our own, didn't we, today in this area?
We sure did. As a matter of fact, there were some snow flurries around Arlington and even around Fayette County as well.
Wow.
And some sleet, too.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Ron Childers. Here's your first alert to a cold and windy day. Now, the good news, clouds are going to clear out of here tonight, and the winds are going to gradually diminish. We will get some sunshine tomorrow, but look at this. You see that little area right there around Fayette and Hardeman County?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little band of quick-moving snow coming through there. Just flurries, really. We had a little burst right around Arlington and Lakeland just about an hour ago. Now it's moved on out for the most part. And we've got a drier pattern that's setting in. That may not be lasting long. This big area of low pressure, we've got cold air coming in behind it, and that cold air is filtering right into the mid-south. That has triggered the flurries and the windy conditions too. Here's a look outside from our Best Care Home Services camera in Midtown. Looking to the west towards downtown. Union Avenue's dry.
That's good.
But it is cold and
Yes.
windy outside. Kim, we've got a wind advisory in effect right now. It's going to remain until midnight tonight for the entire coverage area. It's 38 degrees. It feels like it's 27.
Yeah, it does.
We hit 50 degrees in the very early hours this morning. About a third of an inch of precipitation just after midnight. And by the way, the total rainfall around 1 3/4 inches
Wow,
just
that's
here in
good.
Memphis. So we saw a lot of rain. Those winds out of the west, southwest are about 25. Going to keep a slight chance of a flurry or maybe a sleet pellet or two until about 8 this evening. Windy conditions persist for another few hours. The clouds are going to finally clear. Temperatures will fall into the 30s. So here's what you need to know. We got a cold and dry night tonight. Now another system comes in here Friday. That could get a little interesting. And we're talking about the potential for snow and bitter cold next week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot to discuss this half hour. But we got some good stories to talk about and to take your mind off the cold.
It's not taking my mind off the cold at all. By the way, I'm Kim Clark, if I didn't introduce myself earlier.
Everybody knows who you are. Come on.
Not everybody. Hello, everyone. Okay, this is some good news, though.
Yeah.
Southern Heritage Classic to stay through 2032. It's got 9 more years to play,
deal.
at least. I have a feeling it's going to continue on in perpetuity.
Wow.
The agreement through Summit Management Corporation and the City of Memphis allows the 30-plus years old festival, I like to call it, to continue on the second Saturday in September for 9 more years. And this year, the 35th annual Southern Heritage Classic football game will be held Saturday, September 14th at 6 p.m. And there's all kinds of festivities around it too.
Wow. I remember when Fred Jones started the game.
Yeah,
back
actually.
in the 90s, the early 90s. And as a matter of fact, he'd come to us to help promote the game itself. Yeah, it was right around 93. And so he had this idea to put together a game that brought a couple of HBCUs to Memphis, and I tell you what, it has grown and grown and grown, and it really is a festival.
It is because there's all kinds of it. There's concerts, there's band competitions, there's all kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point now where the game is just something else that's part of the day. Yeah, because a lot of festivities associated with that.
And of course the tailgating, which is phenomenal. Yes. Okay, so here's another interesting story. A man trapped in a car for 6 days finally reunited with his rescuers. Yeah.
What?
This guy, his name is Matt Room. He survived by drinking rainwater. Yeah.
Because you can only go about 3 days without water.
Exactly. So he drank whatever rainwater would fall.
Thank
He met with
he got that.
This is a picture of him meeting with the first responders who helped him. But actually, there were also a couple of fishermen who spotted him and alerted the first responders. The 27-year-old was headed on I-94. And ran off the road to avoid hitting a deer. His vehicle came to a stop in Salt Creek in Porter County, Indiana on December 20th. And he was pinned in his truck. He was pinned in his truck. He couldn't reach his phone. And nobody could see him from the roadway. So he was just there for 6. He spent Christmas stuck in his car.
That poor
guy. But the following Tuesday afternoon, Mario Garcia and Navardo de la Toro were fishing and spotted Room's crashed truck under the overpass and called authorities, and those guys came and rescued him. He had broken several bones, he had to have a leg amputated, but he's now in good condition and is doing rehabilitation right now. So
that's amazing.
Isn't it?
6 days. Well, and he had his phone with him.
But he couldn't reach it because he was pinned.
But the phone has a GPS. I don't understand why they couldn't.
I don't know if
peg him through the phone.
Maybe he doesn't have family. I don't know. Who knows?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's something else. 6 days.
Yeah.
Miraculous.
Yeah. Okay, you know we gotta have a dog story.
Yeah,
on
we
this.
do.
Every day we got it because I love dogs. But this is caught on camera. A dog breaks loose from a kennel for his midnight snack.
Looks like you found the kibble.
Yep. The video camera captured the husky named King breaking out of his kennel at Lost Our Home Pet Rescue in Tempe, Arizona. This happened around midnight. He opened the door with his paw and walked out, and he even tried to free some of his friends, but he couldn't quite pull that one off. There goes the video now. You'll see him. There he goes. He's like, hey, I'm trying to get you guys out. Let's go play. Well, since he couldn't do that, he made
Did you see that?
Yes, he got into the lobby. Yes, he got into the lobby, spotted the food, and knocked it down, and had himself a little treat.
There you go.
That King triggered the security system, which sent an alert to the founder because he kept jumping on the window, so the break glass alert went off on her phone, and she watched it and called the police. The police officer comes in.
He's like, hey, I found snacks.
Come on. What's up?
There's plenty for everybody.
So the police officer came, put King back in his kennel, and even cleaned up the mess a little bit for
He was
later.
trying to tell the cop, I got friends that are trapped back
Get
there.
him out,
Help.
Get him out, please, help. Anyway, that's all the time we have for the stories for today, but that was a good one to end on.
Yes, indeed.
Best story of the day, I think. Anyway, well, maybe second best after Southern Heritage Fest. Yeah. Anyway, it's about time for us to take a break. But we have more when we come back, so please stick with us.
Kimmy, I've been running since I got in the door today. I'm sorry.
So have I. I went out and shot a story that was supposed to be do an interview at 12:30. It didn't start until 1:30. So I just got back at a little bit before 3. Haven't looked at any of the 4 o'clock newscasts. Well, I would take that back. I read the A block, the first story in the A block, the first story in the E block.
It would be fun to watch.
That's what you're going to call it? Interesting. I don't know about fun, at least for me anyway. If we have time, we'll go through these other stories, but otherwise. Yeah, that's a great story. Yep. Boy, my dad would be, my dad would be 90 if he's still living. He would have been 90 something yesterday. Wow. Oh, thank you. He would have been 92. Wow.
You're watching Action News 5 Now.
People from around the world came to Memphis to celebrate what would have been the king of rock and roll. You know, I'm talking about Elvis Presley. It would have been his 89th birthday. Now, celebrations, an unveiling, and a new city and county-wide proclamation all took place at Graceland to honor the king. Action News 5's Sydney Hawkins was there.
Happy birthday, dear Elvis. Another year of celebrations for Elvis Presley's birthday on January 8th. The day is also now officially marked in Memphis and Shelby County's history.
Now therefore, we, Paul A. Young, Mayor of the City of Memphis, and Lee Harris, Mayor of Shelby County, Tennessee, do hereby proclaim this 8th day of January 2024 as the day to celebrate the life, the work, the 89th birthday of Elvis Aaron Presley.
The king of rock and roll would have been 89 this year.
I want to know how many people here are not from Memphis.
People from around the world stopped in Memphis to honor him, including an Elvis Presley tribute artist from Switzerland.
He changed my life completely when I was 7 years old, and to be an Elvis tribute artist for me is very special because I can keep up the legacy of Elvis and make people happy when I do a show and people, they're smiling, they're happy, and that's what I want.
The birthday tribute was concluded with an unveiling of Elvis's first commercial recording in the form of an acetate that will be the newest attraction at Graceland. Reporting in Memphis, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
We're going to take another check of our weather, which is kind of interesting coming up, and take a look at what's happening on social media. We'll be right back.
Man, that was
and if
something.
If we need extra time, I'll do the other stories that we didn't get to if we need it.
Yeah, that hotel explosion was something
Isn't that
else. Man.
I wish I could have seen the actual poof. Jaw. Is that why he hurt his shoulder?
Heard it in practice, right?
Oh.
Wasn't it in practice?
I don't think that dunk would, because he was smiling and happy after he dunked it.
Yeah.
If he tore his shoulder.
Oh, is that the one? Is that the one where he did that smile after he did it? Yeah.
It should say get well by next season, Ja. Because this season's over.
Yeah. Well,
They
yeah,
said
he's
he's
out
done.
for the season.
Yeah.
Last time they had a really high draft pick, they took him.
He makes $487,000 a game.
Wow.
Did he get paid for the 25 that he was suspended for? That's unpaid.
That's one of.
Okay.
Yeah. But he has he has millions already, so.
So he gets $40 million a year.
Huh?
He's got a huge Nike deal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I could live off $40 million a year.
I don't know. I'd find it kind of difficult myself.
Struggle to get by.
I'd try. I'd do my best. Put myself on a budget. Only $1 million a month.
I love Lydian's bumper sticker that says "Eat the Rich." Now, Lydian, what happens if you become rich?
5, 4.
You're watching Action News 5 Now.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time for the social plays of the day, starting with...
We don't want to see this one.
On our YouTube page,
No,
the
I
Action
don't
News
wanna
5
see
YouTube page. I know, well, we won't... There was an explosion at a hotel in Fort Worth, Texas, and that explosion scattered debris all throughout the downtown area.
Yeah.
Check it out. Look at this.
That is something
That's
else.
just debris from the hotel.
A gas leak.
A gas leak. Fortunately, no one was killed,
Thank
but
heavens.
21 people were injured in this. Look at that.
You look at that carnage, and it is a miracle.
It is.
That no one
It
died
truly
in that.
is.
Absolute miracle. I was looking at that last night as it came through. That is something else, and just blew the front of the building out.
And debris scattered everywhere. Again, this is on our YouTube, our Action News 5 YouTube page. Okay, now we're switching to Instagram.
I don't want to see this one
This is
either.
the saddest
Oh my-
story of the day.
Jacob, we need happier stories for
This
this.
is a
Jacob's
sad
our
story.
producer over there.
John Morant, y'all, out for the season. We've posted a card there for John Morant. Get well soon, John. But he's out for the season this year. We'll have him back next year. Praying for it.
The whole mood of the newsroom was impacted last night. When that news came out, I mean, everybody was just...
When I heard it, I was at my
shocked
house and I
and
was just
stunned.
shocked and saddened.
Oh,
yes,
so
yes.
sad.
But anyway, go to our Instagram page if you'd like, and leave your message of support for Ja or whatever else you'd like to say about the Grizzlies. Or anyway, that's on our Instagram page.
I will say there was one positive thing to come
What's
out
that?
of this. Our promotion director, Jenny Smith, whenever she's sad, she bakes.
She bakes. She did
So
bake.
last night the news came out that Ja's season was over. She baked, and we got some really nice treats
Ted Lasso
today.
biscuits. Yeah, they're delicious. Which reminds me,
So good.
What if there's any
Thank
left?
you, Jenny.
Is there any left?
There
I gotta
are.
go get
She
some.
made a
Okay.
big
We'll
tub
take
of
some
them.
on my way
They
to the
were
studio.
good.
Okay, check out our Twitter page too, the Action News 5 Twitter page. Sometimes things, everybody gets shorthanded from time to time, some businesses. This time, it was an airline. Check it out. This is a pilot helping out.
Wait, is he?
Yes.
He's loading bags?
The pilot is helping an undermanned staff load bags onto a plane, and this is in Key West, Florida.
Wow.
Things are more mellow in Key West, so the pilot didn't mind helping out.
Well, that's cool as long as he's doing that. I just hope no one else helps fly.
Fly in the-
You know?
Some jobs you just
You got to stay in your lane.
Some jobs you just, yeah, exactly. But anyway.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's something else.
Doesn't feel like Key West around here right now.
No, not at all. Oh, listen.
Nothing like it.
Let me hit you with, first of all, let me show you this. This is
Okay.
the clouds and radar imagery. Here's your first alert to what's moving through.
Yeah.
Rain has moved on out. Some flurries moving through. We got a lot of moisture that's still in the atmosphere. That's squeezing out. Little bit of snow flurry activity. Heavier snow well to our north, up around St. Louis, the upper Midwest. Look at this. We got tornado watches for the
Wow.
mid-Atlantic states all the way down into Florida. But here in the Mid-South, it's all about the cold and windy conditions. Wind advisory remains until midnight tonight. So that's for the entire coverage area. Current wind speeds, Kim?
Yeah.
Out of the west-southwest at about 20 to 25 miles
I
per
believe
hour.
it.
Look at these gusts. They're right around 35 to 40 miles per hour. Got a 41 mile an hour gust at Dyersburg at the top of the hour, 38 mile an hour gust in Memphis, and 38 just happens to be our temperature right now. Yeah, 38. We're in the 30s around much of the Mid-South, but you factor in the wind, and those
like
feels like
27?
temperatures are
Yeah.
back. It feels like it's 27 degrees in Memphis, mid to upper 20s around
my
the area.
kind of weather, Ron.
Basically cloudy and cold.
Not
That's
my
it.
kind of weather.
Cloudy, cold, and windy. We got a little something better coming our way for a minute. Now by 10 tonight, Clouds should start to clear out. We'll be right around the mid-range of the 30s, I do believe. As we get on into the early morning hours, tomorrow we got sunshine, but there's going to be a chill in the air, low 30s. The average low for this time of year, 33 degrees. So we're going to be within the ballpark there. But again, a chilly night indeed. The good news, we're going to enjoy sunshine through the day tomorrow. There may be a cloud or two out there. We will find temperatures moving into the mid to upper range of the 40s, but I think it's still going to be below average by a few degrees for most areas. 43 by about 1:30, 2 o'clock in Dyersburg. Should be about 47 in Memphis to around 48 in parts of northern Mississippi. We get in the evening hours, mostly clear sky remains. We'll find temperatures lower 40s. Dry conditions persist. It's going to be chilly tomorrow night, but not as drastically cold. The wind shifts around to the southwest. That's going to usher in some warmer air that's down around the Gulf Coast, and that should lead to a rapid warm-up for Thursday. Now, in the meantime, clouds decrease tonight. It's going to be breezy. We'll fall to 30 for an overnight low. The winds out of the west at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. I think the gusty winds will diminish. So the wind advisory, again, comes to an end at midnight, but still breezy out there. Now, tomorrow, we're looking at a clear start to the day, right around 30 at 7. Mid-40s at noon to around 50 at 3. We'll be in the mid-40s at 5 and back in the low 40s at 7. So pretty consistent with temperatures, and I think our high temperature tomorrow, it's going to top out right around 48 to 50 degrees in the area. So we're going to see temperatures upper 40s near 50, slightly below the average. We'll have a southwest wind at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. Now, take a look at the precipitation trend, Kim, because we have got another round of rain that's coming into play on Friday. That will leave behind a mainly dry weekend, but another chance of precipitation on Monday. You notice I said precipitation?
Yeah, you didn't say rain.
Check this out. We're going to go from the upper 50s Thursday to low 50s Friday, 30s for the weekend, Monday's high 23, Tuesday 18.
No.
It is quite possible we don't get above freezing next week. That's why I want you to get the app. Get it. It's going to come in handy. Spencer's going to have more starting at 4.
Yeah, and starting in just a few minutes, Joe Birch is going to recap the Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves' inauguration. So I hope you stick around for that, and we'll see you again at 4.
Nice job, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Clark, I gotta say, that's sort of amazing.
What?
You went 5-star to.
Yeah, I realized the errors of my ways, though, Joe. I haven't had a chance to look through any of the thing at 4.
All right, Joe Birch, that's all you, buddy.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, guys, for your service on the 3:30 Action News 5 Now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jacob. And
Thank you very much.
So these are in the correct order, right? First, second?
Yeah.
We talked about it.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll tee you up.
Yeah, I'll tee you up. Whoops.
All right, Lydia and Jacob, thank you both.
Thank you.
Y'all have fun.
Okay. Whoops. I forgot I'm wired. Okay. Can they hear me back there? This is Joe Birch reporting. Thank you. All right then.
Yeah, that's good.
Uh-oh.
What the heck is that? You want to talk about it? Can you take that?
I don't know.
Do we know what that is?
240.
Control room?
Yeah.
Wow.
240 in Perkins.
240 in Perkins?
Do you have the router pulled up?
Not on here, but almost always is pulled up over there. Oh wait, then it would be on this. I'm so sorry.
Oh, they put it out. Oh, it's still going. Oh, it looks like. Wow.
Tell them not to change the encoder.
Do you want me to talk about it? Can we take it?
Gabe,
Yeah,
Gabe.
5, 4, 3, 2.
You're watching Action News 5 Now.
Good afternoon, Joe Birch reporting live from the Action News 5 newsroom here on Action News 5 Now. We have a breaking news situation out on Interstate 240. Let's go to our live cameras. You can see flames raging from this vehicle. This is I-240 at Perkins, right, Jacob? This is I-240 at Perkins, and this is the SmartWay T-Dot camera showing Memphis Fire Department on the scene rapidly extinguishing this blaze. It has stopped traffic. I-240 and Perkins. We see the fire department on scene. Clearly, there was a wreck between at least 2 vehicles there, and we will work to try to find out more details about this crash that had that fire roaring there on that small, it appears to be a small European vehicle on the left side of your screen. All right, here we're back in the newsroom to talk about the inauguration of Tate Reeves. He is the first person in Mississippi history to win 2 terms as Mississippi's lieutenant governor and then succeed himself there and run and win 2 terms as governor of Mississippi. He was sworn in for a second term today. The governor made some promises throughout his speech about working to expand the economy in Mississippi and took credit for expanding teacher salaries. Take a listen.
4 years ago, I called for a pay raise for our teachers. Together, we secured the largest pay raise in state history. 4 years ago, I said we would travel the world to bring more great companies to Mississippi. Together, we secured record-breaking economic investment, which included the single largest economic development project in state history. And you ain't seen nothing yet. We've got some big things coming. Projects that will fundamentally change lives and transform our state for the better.
All right, that was Tate Reeves down on the Capitol steps in Jackson, Mississippi this morning, where he was sworn in. A little update on what he's been doing today. They had a parade. The inauguration parade took place at 2 o'clock. He's at an open house right now from 3 to 4:30 at the governor's residence, and then there's an inaugural ball down in Jackson tonight. Now, during his speech, he promised more economic development, more workforce development. He talked about advancing K through 12 education in Mississippi and promised more tax cuts for Mississippians. And so let's listen in on to what else he had to say during his inaugural address.
My gratitude to the people of Mississippi for placing their trust in me that day and every day since can never fully be expressed in words. I thank God each and every day that He has provided me the opportunity to serve. And I'd like each of you to know, from the bottom of my heart, how deeply thankful I am for your support.
So that's Tate Reeves taking the oath of office and becoming the governor for a second term in the state of Mississippi. He was hit hard by Brandon Presley, his Democratic opponent, on health care reform, and the governor says he has big plans for that. More on Action News 5 at 4.
Wonderful. Great show. Good job.
Thank you, guys. Breaking news and everything.
I know. And we just spotted it on the fly and went with it.
Isn't that fantastic? I love that kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah, so if they would have changed the encoder, it wouldn't make any difference because I had the Skype routed in there.
Oh.
So as long as nobody touches the Skype computer.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I was really nervous there for a second.
Yeah. No, that's good. You nailed it.
Yeah,
We just aired it at 3:30. 3:30 news time.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Until next time. Which
Thank you, sir.
At this writing appears to be Monday, MLK Day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be your guy.
Sounds good to me.
I'll be your main anchor.
Jacob, I'm gonna go ahead and start on that crash.
Okay. Thanks. Hey, that one that thing on Get Well, I think it's Dollar Tree, not Dollar Store.
It was Tree, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was the script that says store.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm just letting you know, and we cut the script.
Yeah, I'll change that. No. They're just gonna be listed. Yeah. I just wanna make sure. Yeah, I just wanna have on sale. I'm gonna take them out of the script, just to be safe. So I won't track it? Yeah, and just so there's no confusion. Like, if as they run through problems, I'll have to scroll through all that. Okay. Oh, I did see it. I just wanted to make sure all the facts. Everything you said was right. Everything you said was right. You said something like, please check my period. Check the facts. Am I allowed to say this? I've never done this before, so. Well, you will be saying it'll be an annual. No, I know. Are we allowed to say this? Because. I think so. I'm gonna have to bring it to you. Yeah. As long as all the facts that Teresa gave you were correct. Yeah. She said that the child lied about it. She explained to me why they just said they wouldn't charge a child. And then I was asking, well, does the grandmother get charged because she's the complainant? And she explained to me why the complainant, or however you say the word, wouldn't get charged. So, yeah, all of that is right. I just don't know. Yeah, I was waiting for that statement. She said Yeah, I think we don't really have to have a statement as long as everything she told you. Yeah, yeah. I have really big concerns. Like, I just don't know.
Right click on this one. Right click inside.
Thank you, Mark. Do what?
No, I'm not gonna,
Okay.
I gotta do that for you, and I gotta do some for others. So I gotta, that's it. Right, I gotta block that on my calendar. Okay.
Yes, Jeremy with the banner.
Right click.
Because you can get, more specific in the banner to say, this just in, or breaking news update,
Well, we didn't break it yesterday.
or TMPD,
You know what's crazy? I almost said what. I almost said exactly how she said that he was brown skinned and everything like that, but I didn't put that in there. It was in the police report too, but just to create that narrative when it's on the line.
yeah.
So
thing you could probably do it is like. Yeah, I mean, it's not like legalists or anything, it's just. It is what it is. I'm just I'll look at it. I haven't looked at it just yet. Yeah, you're good. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah. Has anybody made this graphic for you?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm about to send you my fax script.
That's why you have to keep doing it over and over.
You gotta get fancy back with it and get the Word doc.
Well, I may have to do 2 graphics because lesson 8 is a lot.
Cause you said it's a lot?
Yeah, I only have a bullet with me, it's 5 points.
And that's already too much.
So I'm gonna have to make 2.
Yeah. And faded. Yeah, we'll do that. That's why I'm like, there's no time, even in my VOSOP, for me to say how many charges he has.
Is that too many? Oh, man.
Huh? What? Well, that's rude. He needs you to make a graphic for him.
You know, it's for what? So.
Because I'm. No, I don't do 6, I make a 6 graphic. Could you do a drink coffee? Huh? Would you do a drink I promise you.
Look, I'm gonna make it a
Coffee,
new thing.
Stanley?
You know all the dad, there's dad out here.
Yes.
Gabe, you've done?
I'm happy. You've done?
Do what?
You've done. Yes, ma'am. What?
I wanted to play it negative.
Hey, my 5 p.m. script is in. It's the side is pulled. You already know.
It's what?
I put the side.
Okay.
So you'll know.
Okay, don't be sassy.
No, you gotta test that. That's just gonna give you the levels. So anytime I'm doing that, I'm talking over video, I always want to negative 18 or a little. If it's just natural, if I'm doing Grizzlies highlights and the announcers in the back, I bring it down to about.
I just want to let you guys know. You guys are lucky to be here. It is freezing outside.
We'll never take that for granted.
Don't.
So you
You
just
just
have to
don't.
keep going.
Okay? These next 2 weeks, you see the forecast.
Yeah,
You see the forecast. So, yeah.
I really do appreciate it. I was talking to a Portia and she was like,
See you, John.
see. Yeah.
Please, I have to eat all day.
My head might be too big to get it to. You gotta come around.
Oh my gosh. Stop.
You gotta come around and get it this way. I mean, my head is extremely big.
I'll let you have that because I get past you.
Remember, my head is extremely big, so you might not be able to. You might tip over trying to get this.
Where is it? Is it? This is the stash? Oh. It's a fresh snack. Dog, can I have some? Oh,
Of course.
Oh, no.
No, of course you got some. That's why.
You have your stash in old school?
Yeah, I normally keep it right there if you're ever looking for it.
It doesn't last long, but it's done there.
You want to put on this?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Dad. I appreciate it. It lasts for maybe 3 or 4 chews, and then it
That's
takes
it.
so
Anything that let me know. Because I mean, I can. I literally have tools to figure out why stuff is bad.
Oh, thank you. Like, the letdown bit.
I don't see her code in here right now.
I wish. I don't think that would hurt. Oh, Ashley's can you hot punch the graphic together?
No, you can say
Yes, ma'am, we can. So it's like as soon as my video starts, it just hot punch. The what? See, as soon as the video starts. For the other still? Yes. So you want a still, not a VO? No, I was saying as soon as my VO starts, if you could just hot punch those. So, Melissa created a graphic. I don't know where you're at, but there's just the hot puncher, because I'll say, take a look at your screen. This is a list of 46 charges in 18 species. So you can show both of them or just one of them. I think, let me make sure my category. Oh, put it in there? No. He has, but he put it in there like that. Okay, okay, then fine. Cool, thank you.
yeah, that's a no-go to prove their appearance.
You ready? Okay.
2-year-old girl that lied about being kidnapped? Yeah, probably. I can't even remember her name. Oh, yeah, the one in Alabama? Yeah. Yeah, I know the case of that. The mom probably orchestrated it for money, attention, anything to keep that name out there. Anything for a spotlight. make another quote. Let's make another quote saying she lied. She lied. There you go. Oh, they finally approved the sale of the delivery. We finally own it.
I see no cars, like westbound I-240 is still closed, but I don't see any cars in there. Where did they go? I totally missed it. For the bathroom, I come back and forth. They did that quick.
Well, Joe and George, very tough news to hear So Bree says the health insurance ordinance is pushed that way. So she's going to abstain. She can stay there and take a break. I was just gonna send it out. I don't, because Fox has posted their story.
Well, I didn't do the city council thing, that's why I'm
Will you send that out, respond to this story? I'm gonna send out Fox's story.
No. Okay, so yeah, if you want to get rid of that, you can just if you press that X right there, you'll have to just make a new post it. So do the plus, and then you connect them again. There's no way to like reconnect them. You just have to kind of like that. But if you split the post, it'll do exactly what you
literally press it on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem.
Gabe, how am I supposed to read it upside down?
It's a trick.
How am I supposed to read it upside down?
Stand on your head.
So you have a warrant for possession of Schedule I substances.
Send it right side up.
So it was drugs. He had a warrant out of Las Vegas for possession of Schedule I substances. I don't know, but I'm assuming drugs. But it doesn't really matter what the warrant was for. If the cops didn't drop the charges anyway, on that.
If you're specifically told not to pull people over for a certain reason, like we're not doing this policy, don't pull people over for whatever, then that's the problem.
And they pulled him over anyway,
Right.
and then they didn't charge him with anything, they just held him because of the warrant out of Vegas. And then Vegas said, we don't care about the warrant.
And what happens
And
is
then on
I-
Monday, 2 days later, they're like, we dropped off our.
That's what Fox is doing. I mean, because when they even doing that,
They're idiots, but I didn't have to tell them that. Can you imagine?
I mean,
knowing
the
how you were
likelihood
the
of them pulling somebody over for a reason they have specifically been told
Also just
not to
if you-
pull somebody
I
over.
just think
I
it's
know
good.
you have to be with your brother, so Tom's a bitch.
Indeed.
There's no way no person is gonna be high with somebody else for a certain reason. And right, there's no way. Right, it's not really.
What struck me is that they're making this law either makes it more accessible, it changes something to where more, and I thought, you know, it's shitty.
If I had it sounds right, but I don't know. Really, really.
Already missed tumbling night.
Yeah.
January, so I said.
That sounds great.
Every time I
Yeah.
See, I don't even
You know how you can type something out with it.
No, yeah. You ever like think about the word too much and you're like, that's not a real word. That's made up.
That's
What is the hospital that's?
I gotta think of a word. I know ever since
No, yeah, I was making a graphic yesterday with pole in big letters. And the more I messed with it, the more I was convinced pole wasn't an actual word.
You're welcome. So tomorrow is Satan Club.
I can't get over the fact that they have it on Wednesday night. Yeah, when everybody's
church
church night,
night,
not Satan Club night. At least do it on Tuesday.
I feel like that's on purpose.
It's actually on
So
purpose.
done warrant was for like small possession of marijuana. And marijuana was legal in Vegas then. And they were like, fuck it, one fight it. Was like, could they even lose before they launched into that? So that's probably what happened. Probably what happened. I forgot about that. It's a round-one matchup. As long as it's not a Rose Bowl, I'm good. It may be anywhere out there. I'm taking a break again. I'm going to the match. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
So Bria's ball tag, and I'm gonna ask you this.
I'm gonna try to win you. I'm gonna find a way. Find a way. All I have to pay for is
Bria's ball
travel.
tag is about
Hotel.
CJ
And I'll take
Davis, which is what Amani is doing. So what if Bria toss to Amani? Are they gonna take out the Joe Burton show and Bria say, city council delayed the vote to reappoint his police with Joe Davis. Amani Williams has been down here all day. She can do it out with her. Let me, ask Bria about it.
Okay.
That'll also save you some time, and
Yeah, it certainly will. They just before the game, so we need this one.
You know, I was curious if they were going to keep Tuesdays as their restock days, because that's how it was with the old vendor. Yeah.
Literally just the.
I got the last Celsius and I felt so bad.
that intro and they can
Oh, those are good.
I Have you done the thing yet?
It's like some probiotic.
So Bria will still have a quick little tag. I'm not gonna have her sig out, but she'll say the first line of her tag. I'm not gonna go into all that, it's an hour's discussion.
The blue one? I know.
I can text her, because I'm gonna resend her script as well.
It literally
You
says
just need to
shake.
create the boxes, for
My brother, you've been drinking it all along. It's literally all the stickers.
Okay, that's my new seller.
The red one looks cool, the blue one looks kind of different.
Alright, well, taste test.
I want your full review. Gotta hold it like a YouTuber.
Okay. Alright guys, we're gonna try this drink. Alright, yeah, listen. Yes. Sounds like a plan. And then, I got it.
Hey, it's Melissa. I have another little update for you as well. So Bria is before you at 6 o'clock, and her tag was gonna be Council Delane, reappointment of CJ Davis. So she's gonna mention that, she's gonna essentially talk to you. So she'll say pretty much what the Anchor presidency is gonna say. I'm gonna send it back to you in script as well. Council Delane vote to reappoint CJ Davis. My colleague Ron Williams has been down all day listening to the hours-long discussion of what's the next step, and then it was
I was genuinely asking.
I just want to let you know before you even talk to you instead of.
I just assumed you were
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to think what fruit this is. Actually, no. I know exactly what this tastes like. I know exactly what this tastes like. If you ever had the,
I appreciate you doing the.
if you ever had the red vodka water, this is exactly what it tastes like.
So would you choose that or the Japanese
The Japanese really vodka water is so.
So then after the boxes and Bria tosses, you can still do the sticker to get to unlock this fine.
But this just kind of reminds me of like.
Would you rather have that?
No, the vodka one is expensive as hell.
I like the knockoffs.
I thought we left fake kidnapping in 2023. Hold on. Fake kidnapping. They really say.
That's the violation.
Hi. See you, Jacob.
This is the real thing.
Don't blow away.
Mama.
They got sticks now. Never had sticks.
What kind of stick?
So we have, so it's two flavors of one. We have watermelon and raspberry. We got fruit flavor like orange, and then we got mango and strawberry.
Are they chewy?
I got it. Let's try it. This is the mango and strawberry. This just reminds me of like fruit.
Magic what?
Fruity, you know.
Yeah.
Well, they actually taste like mine.
Which one is that one?
Mango and strawberry.
Good.
Soon as you bite into it, it's good. Okay. I think we did this one.
works with both of them. Yeah, I was like, hey girl. I was like, hey girl.
So she does the promotion?
She's like, oh, okay. Glad you're still with us.
As long as it stays stock, you won't have issues.
Yeah.
She did the promotion.
What?
I said she probably did. Oh, new company? Yeah, I know that. Okay, if I was in you, starting to kick in, we get done with this life, right? Are we done with this digital just life?
Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah. Can I try one of your sticks?
Yeah.
Let's see if I like them. I like gummy beans.
So you got watermelon and raspberry.
Okay. Oh, wow.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
How is it?
Good to know. Thank you.
No, no problem. I wish it would be easy, but I feel like I'm good, so why not? These eggs and this morning I made eggs with spinach, followed by tilapia with spinach.
Good for you.
I made it literally on the spot. I was like, all right, I just got to watch.
So then I think all you're missing is Alani's new stuff. I'm not sure how much of a different script she will see in, but it should be done 100% right.
No media time.
No, Gabe, you cannot go to the Satan Club meeting.
Okay, then we're gonna make our own.
Sorry, it's birthday, you're not allowed. Or permitted. We're not included.
Sorry. Hey, look.
Same story as yesterday. Yes, I haven't seen her video come through, but her script and all that stuff is good. She is good Okay, good. She's good on talking to him on Mondays. So just waiting on Mondays. the biggest issues with birth change, which will include policy making and sampling. Call my community.
Watch. First day they reopen that door, my ass gonna be going out this over. Of course. Swear.
Because probably gotta wait because the rest not gonna be a year from now.
Probably.
Or more.
And the whole year I'll be walking over there and cussing my way back up to you.
Good night, my friends.
Okay, so his car salesman broke dealership's record of 20 cars sold in 1 month by breaking it with 20 and a half cars. How do you sell half a car?
That's a really good question. I do not know. That's so good.
I was gonna say maybe they put a job pay on, but how did that 20 people just bought a car and sold it?
Could there be some more news today? Could there be some more news today? Weird stuff.
Gates can't go to the second book. Media is permitted. Well, media is not permitted.
Just gotta go to your dad.
You know what's crazy? I actually know, I'm actually friends with a guy on Facebook who was actually really like, he said he's gonna have his son be his father. It's like, hey man, he pulls some strings real quick. Like, see how this goes.
What's your number? It's Mike. 412. 412.
This is Ben. Hey. Oh, okay. Yes, I see it right now. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm watching it right now. So you just, yeah, it's all good. I'll touch right now. Thank you. Bye. Davidson. Yes. It's under 1924 carjack. I see it's fine. It's not quite here yet. Oh, really? They're all down on it. It's in from Oasis. You got it? Actually, I might have time to do it. Let me attach Imani stuff. Can I just have you cut the headline for the 14-year-old? From the T. Oh, all right. Yes, please. Thank you. Yes. No, I watched it. It's on purpose. I appreciate it, sir. No, I saw it and I was like, and then I saw the slap and I was like, okay, that's on purpose. It's a little scary. I mean, like, do it on a colored page. Yes.
Action News 5 has team coverage. Action News 5 agreeable. Action News 5, Action News 5.
What line is that?
I got it. It's the toss to Bria. Action News 5. No, we have team coverage. Action News 5 has team coverage. Action News 5 agreeable. Branded. Branded. Branded.
check the hair and I'll be right there.
With or without Josh, Memphis Grizzlies got to keep playing.
News 5 News
City, they announced that their biggest star and one of the biggest stars in the NBA, Ja Morant, won't play another game. With or without Ja, the Memphis Grizzlies got to keep playing. Last couple of games, they played well. Last Friday, they went to LA and beat back LeBron and the Lakers with Ja. And then Sunday, they went to Phoenix and darkened the Suns without Ja. Head coach Taylor Jenkins said his team's recent success can be attributed to a number of reasons. If you're from Memphis, you know that the second Saturday in September belongs to the Southern Heritage Classic, and today we found out it's going to continue to belong to the Classic.
Here, let me see the, there was a name on there, but I thought it was awesome.
Oh, it's in my car. I just was going on Bid.
Here, I'll look at it. I'll blur it out if it is, and we'll bring it back.
Okay, I guess you don't put that for a while. Okay. Then, I don't know what they, like, when the packages mess up, I don't really know how that process goes. So can I, what's wrong? We showed a big mistake in, in like a super, no, it was in the payroll. And,
Look, here's what we do. If you, you already trimmed it?
yeah. So if you,
Can you trim it right? Can you clip it out and I can see if I can like, I can't wait for that to fix it.
Would it be easier to just edit the package edits? Because what we would normally do if
I'll be here.
there's error on air, we would just upload from Bit Central. But since the
It's still have, it's still gonna have seniors on it slow.
right, and that's the thing that we kind of need. If I put the package download it and I give it to you, how'd you edit that? It would be a lower quality video, and you would have to look like the supers, the logo, the graphics. I think it'd be easier just to edit the package with what, like go into Edius and get rid of that B-roll.
Okay, so I can see it. Give me a few minutes.
Okay, cool. If you put it in, it doesn't matter where you put it, but you could also put it in the web folder and I can just put it.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Thank you.
Oh, you got one?
So where was the name?
I don't know.
I haven't seen it.
I just watched it and I saw that it was in a B-roll, like from the document.
Oh, gotcha.
So what did it, like, who complained about it? Did you? How'd you find out?
Huh?
How did you find out?
Oh, somebody texted me, but I don't know who saw it. So someone said was like, was there a B-roll? I mean, was there a victim saying
I mean, technically, you could debate, but
No, that's why I said it's public knowledge. I saw it in text and I said, did you mean to put that?
Oh,
Yeah. But it's
I,
public.
you know what it
It's
is? I
public
saw the name Keys on there, and I didn't know. I just thought.
knowledge. I saw it. I said,
thought it'd be
"Where's
Keys.
I saw it.
I didn't. Because it's Keys slash.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
and then I
yeah,
saw
yeah,
something
yeah.
say Tillman. I was like, but that's an area. I
The
wasn't.
station probably.
Well, I'm just gonna fix it so nobody.
Because I didn't want her calling like, damn it. I don't want anybody to know I got robbed. You know what I'm saying? You put Addy on shit. You put Addy on when I say something, I'm down.
It's no big deal.
Yeah, it's really
I
not.
do this all the time.
Yeah.
Just
Fix
upload
those
raw packages or fixed packages. Yeah. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Why are you not freezing? Oh, yeah.
I was waiting for him to come out of the studio. Yeah, so they are working out how to. Okay, so my
Feels like it's
package are
26.
We're not. I guess there was a I didn't see, and so they're like trying to reattach and re-upload or something like that. So however that works, they're working out. But just for your knowledge, do you not?
No, yes, I'm not planning to.
Okay. If you want to put a note out.
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah. Okay. That works. I guess in my 6 p.m. package there was a victim's name.
Oh, Vern.
It-
Carjacking Vern, somebody.
Yes, it was like Keys for
It's
Lisa.
the 5 o'clock deal.
Oh, it was. So they are fixing and re-uploading, reattaching.
Victim call.
Oh, okay. This is.
That was on the document. Public information.
I know.
But I get it. And then Thursday, we're supposed to go back down and get the petition.
Yes. Just for your knowledge, the lady's name is Felicia Hogan,
Yeah.
and if you want to take a picture of this is her phone number too. In the bottom part.
What's the kid's name? Oh, yeah. Which one is he in the video?
crazy. Yeah. Do you have it? Yep. So it would, so I saw that you did a BOSOD. I just updated the existing story that we had from this morning, with what you had and clipped your video and attached that. I wasn't gonna worry about asking you to update it. If you wanted to add anything else, you can. Is everybody done voting?
So, yes, for that particular thing, the senior data stuff, yes.
What did full city council vote?
Well, no, so that's
Oh.
the thing, you got full city council, they won't go up till next, 2 weeks.
Gotcha, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
so
That's
right-
where I have it.
Right, so yeah, those, and the only extra thing that I had was, all the unspoken.
Oh, okay.
Bria said she might add some of the stuff in her package, she
Okay.
and then just kind of the wrap of everything. Do you need me to add anything to?
Unless you think so. Would you like me to pull it up and show you what I did? For things like little BOSODs or VOs, I usually I can't speak for everybody else, but we usually don't worry about other people do it. Yes, sorry. Yeah, your video. And I think Gabe would be offended.
No, honestly, it could wait. I was just wondering if at some point one of them could be free.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the Apple TV can be finicky. Like it'll stop mirroring and then it's got like 5 seconds to fix it.
Oh no. Hey, what's up? It's going alright. I know. They're not charging her with false report though. But I mean, that is a great question. I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing happening. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they also asked her a lot of questions, and they were recording her answers for the police report. So they probably were like, "What did he look like?" And she just made something up, maybe, and they just put it in the report. So it sounded so legit to us too. I was thinking about it all day yesterday, about how awful it was, how mad I was about it. And now this, and now I feel betrayed. Yeah, damn kids. Oh my gosh. I think that's a far cry from that.
used to have it.
I've never tried, so I'm not sure.
So, yeah, I didn't think
But you'll probably need to replace it.
what day, I think they would just break out with the health insurance.
Okay.
Things related.
Right.
Or I put that in the tab, whatever.
Ben might know how to.
So as of right, so before learning that information, I had the stadium as a breakout.
Okay, yeah.
But if that needs to change, that's fine.
You can make the health insurance to break out then. No worries.
Hey, do you have a use for rice? I don't think I do. I can text Melissa. She has
Left before public comment finished.
Okay.
Somebody told the city council to get some nuts. An older woman with a cane went up there and said, y'all need to get some nuts. Was talking about, she said, do not bring CJ Davis back here. And the thing is, the things that she was saying, she wasn't wrong. She said, didn't an older woman in Atlanta die before she got here? Didn't this happen? Wasn't she in charge of that unit? And I was like, well,
Yes.
she yelled at them to get some nuts and then walked off after her speech. You know, I thought about it.
Is that violent?
I think we can use that soundbite. Get some nuts. It's not an FCC violation. It wouldn't be. It's not on the list of curse words.
No.
I gotta play full back.
I'll take one. If we're allowed to run it, I kind of want to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna include it. There were multiple people who got up and were like, it's a shame she's not here. There were people in support of her as well.
What was there?
Just that she did probably blame for everything that happened. It's not her hand. She was there. It's not her fault. Some people who were there who wanted to hear from her that at that meeting because she laughed at her and it really took that in.
I said I was gonna be gone.
I know. I came back here. I'm like, what? What story?
Well, I'm clipping like the shots from today, the live shots.
Yeah. I always do it after the game.
Is it, I used to do that, but then I like remember like it's just hard to get them if I wait too late. So I think about it.
My note says that it was going to. It might have been moved.
Were you rolling on council at all? Okay. I need you to see this woman. Yvonne, I need you to see this woman.
Usually it doesn't run this late at night, so I'm confused.
I'll see if it ran in the pool.
But yeah, because it seemed like the evening. I think someone on the web team just messed up. Because there's no way the bottom line is.
It ran at 4.
Okay, thank you.
What's the buy in January 2024?
No, not the nightstand, the battery.
Oh.
The big battery.
Again.
And the
Yes.
and the
Yeah, that
the
ran.
mini, I meant the mini nightstand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
managers who will say, no, we're not gonna get you back here. So, I mean, you can call a manager if you want to, just to ask them, see what they think, but thank you. First, I think.
Would you use it in your package still?
I mean, if they say, I mean, if you call them, they say they'll use it, I would use it, but.
And I'm saying like if they.
I wouldn't, oh no, if you can use it as a headline side, I wouldn't, I'm not gonna run it again. Well, like a soft topper.
I'd rather
put
keep
there
it in the
again.
package.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's gonna make so many people look up from their phone. I'm putting that in.
Yes.
I didn't find that lady. I will buy her dinner.
I think everybody wanted to buy her dinner.
Absolutely.
Everybody in there was
Yes, ma'am.
laughing so hard.
And then she said, "This isn't the laughing matter."
Oh, she was serious. What's your story? She said, get you some nuts.
She said what we all 100%. Again, all it reminded me of was,
It's very that COVID.
It absolutely, it works so well for the elderly. Because that's literally the elderly. That's why we get them.
Those are their fans.
That's exactly who they are. And he's right up front about it.
That's literally that.
Old, angry redneck. Nothing but the time. Well, Alabama is maybe Texas today, but your daughter is getting married. She'll be all right.
Which one do you choose?
You know which one he chooses. Rhea, city council's over, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this.
We stayed to the very end.
I hate that it does that. Plays it again after it's done.
She called her a loser. Why did we hire a loser?
I love her. She's my favorite new character.
Give her a reality TV show.
Please.
Now.
Memphis needs a reality.
Get Best Life to offer her a guest spot.
A guest spot?